Damascus sector White Star game. So we begin with a little sort of montage. Our heroes have contacted Corpacora, their crime boss contact on the Nadwala system. They've managed to persuade her, in return for providing potential information on the Dominion, interesting tech finds, to locate for them a Dominion base where someone possesses obsidian level clearance. Our heroes are seeking this level of clearance to find out the truth behind the quarantine of the Thrun system and the homeworld of the Zol symbionts. Corpacora has been able to get them some forged documents to get them onto the base, ID cards and such like. However, she's warned you that they won't stand up to deep scrutiny. Balan has the forged documentation describing him as a technician, Jackaid Pedig. Tan has forged documentation for a technician, Howard Jollett, and Tylo has likewise forged technician documents for Dal Elbig. Obviously these are all just sort of pseudonyms. Corpacora has told you that there is some sort of Black Ops bio research of some kind going on the base, although she couldn't discover what through her contacts. She says that she'll compensate you for any information you can recover, and she has also heard that rumours of XK droids, which are like a sort of military droid, have been shipped to the planet. XK droids, you will know, are sort of experimental droids modelled after armoured Dominion troopers. They're not used widely because they're expensive to maintain, but on some sort of Dominion bases where they're a bit too sensitive or dangerous for human troops, they're sometimes used. Our heroes are planning to extract the scientist with obsidian level clearance and use them to find out the truth behind the quarantine of the Thrun system. The location that Corpacora has discovered is the Nutak 2 research base, located on the moon of Saiz in the Saska system. So I'm going to move you guys on the main map to the system you're heading to. It's a journey of about 5 light years, not a problem. Now obviously you guys know that you've only got 3 of these forged ID cards, so are you planning on taking multiple ships, one ship? How are you making your approach?
Well, we've got is it the Defiance being used for shuttling cargo?
That's correct.
I think we were going to take the blockade runner.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, because it'll look less out of place than a full-on Dominion gunship.
Okay, no problems. I'm just going to move your characters so they're slightly easier for me to get at. You'll probably see them appear at the bottom of the relevant board, just because it makes them easier for me to get hold of. Boom, boom, boom. Tan, there we go. Okay, so you guys are planning on taking... Boom, boom, boom. Just refreshing my memory about which one's the blockade runner. Okay, so the O'Neill's a gunship, so it's the Hawk you guys are planning on taking. That's not a problem. Like I say, it's a journey of 5 light years. Obviously the Hawk, as you've said, it's a blockade runner. It's got like 6 laser cannons on it, shields out the Wasnu, and a faster than light drive. Doesn't have a cloaking device or anything like that, but
I've added all of them, John.
You've added it on, have you?
Yeah. So I have the cloaking device, the reinforced hull, the advanced shielding, and the proton missiles.
Okay.
Advanced targeting, shield capacitor, and automated weapons.
Okay, so you've got a cloaking device, proton missiles. That's all good.
Paste it into the chat, will I?
Yeah, that's grand. Yeah. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Advanced shooting, proton missiles, advanced targeting, automated weapons. shield capacitor. Okay, that's not a problem. There's a couple on there that I've not created items for yet, but it shouldn't be a major thing in this. And obviously I've got your list, so it's not really a problem. I'll get those added after the session. Okay, so we jump into the action, so to speak, with you guys arriving aboard the Hawk in the Trasaska system. And as I've described, you know that the base you're looking for, the new TAC 2 base, is on a moon called Sais. There's a single planet called Galero in this system, a couple of like gas giant mines, one moon, which from what you're able to access publicly has a moon base on it called the Kapinsk Mine Project, and obviously the research base New TAC 2. You know that obviously this moon, it's rather like our moon. There's no real atmosphere on it. As you're sort of like heading towards it, you see this base sort of from orbit due to the lack of atmospheric interference. You'll be able to see that there are several like large sort of like solar power arrays dotted around this base, obviously with like reinforced cables and stuff like that linking it to a fairly small sort of research base. You see there's like a couple of airlocks and various bits and pieces like that. As you're heading towards it, you register, Tyno, that you're receiving a hail from the research base, New TAC 2.
Okay, I'll listen to the hail.
Okay, so it's a targeted message, like broadcast directly to your ship, assuming you're not going in cloaked, because obviously you need to like get onto the base. Although if you do want to go in cloaked, up to you.
It's an option, and then we've got to try and park it in through a force field.
Yeah.
So to try and keep things as less tense as possible, we'll fly in without the cloak active. Okay. Otherwise, just appearing in front of them is going to create an alarm straight away.
It's going to raise a few questions, I'm not going to lie. But so this hail is being targeted directly at the Hawk, and the hail says, unidentified vessel, you are approaching the New TAC 2 Dominion research base. Please identify yourself.
At which point I'll give them a false marker. We've got plenty of transcoders.
That's fine.
And I explained to them we've got some coolant leaking in our faster than light drive, therefore need to dock emergency procedures only.
Okay, now before you do that, let me remind you that you do have like forged documents that say you're allowed to be here.
Yeah, we'll bluff that on the way, but we'll also, just to highlight it and make things a little bit easier to get aboard, we'll say we've got some damage to our light drive. Okay,
that's absolutely fine. The hail comes back with the sort of official voice on the other end saying, we are not equipped for large scale starship maintenance. You would be better reporting to the moon base. And then it gives the name of the ship that you've given, sort of false name.
Yep. Confirmed. I'll change course for the appropriate place.
Yep, not a problem. So you head to the Kapinsk Mine Project, which is a moon base. As you do a quick little bit of research on the publicly available sort of like galactic hub, or the galactic web as it's sometimes known, and you can see that the Kapinsk Mine Project is unsurprisingly a mining project designed to get minerals of value from the moon. It's almost like a sort of penal colony, where basically people who've committed crimes that are quite serious but not serious enough for execution, they're sent to like work off their sentence on this sort of mine project. However, because they have a lot of freighters and such like coming in to like take away the minerals, they are equipped for ship maintenance. So as you approach the Kapinsk project, which is a mix of like hab domes and these large sort of like industrialized sort of mining plants, again you receive a hail from them asking you to identify yourself.
Yeah, I give them exactly the same story.
Yep, you're told to report to one of the landing bays, where your ship will be looked at by a team of technicians. Obviously this isn't a secret facility, so they don't have any problems with you like docking there. They do advise you, however, to stay to the publicly accessible areas, because it's a mining project basically full of like criminals, pretty much.
Yep.
Okay, so you're planning on landing?
Yeah.
Yep, not a problem. You land there. A team of technicians come out to like look at your vessel. Now, obviously, the Hawk doesn't actually have a coolant leak unless you.
We'll make one.
Yeah, not a problem. You've got the tech skills to basically like, oh, I'll just like pull this out a little bit. So it's like a very minor coolant leak, but it's not going to cause you a serious problem. So by the time you get there, the technicians roll out. They start looking at it and they're like, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. We'll have it fixed up in a couple of hours. If you want to stretch your legs, please stay in the public area, which is clearly marked. Please don't engage in conversation with the miners.
Scum.
And in fact, as you're doing this sort of like beyond them, like in the corridors beyond, you can see sort of like a few people shuffling around, and they're all wearing like the standard like orange jumpsuit sort of dealio. They all have metal collars around their necks, and they look thoroughly miserable, as you might expect. There's like armed Dominion troopers like everywhere, and like security forces. But there's like a little public area where you gather you can get a bit of food, you can get a bit of shut-eye if you need to. Basically places where like the freighter captains and the crews who come in can like stretch their legs a bit. And the technicians start working on your ship. Like I said, it'll take them a couple of hours to sort out this minor problem that you've caused. Is there anything you guys want to do on the Kapinsk mine project during these couple of hours?
What do my two colleagues want to do?
How far are we from the station?
You're pretty much on the opposite side of the moon to the research base, because obviously they don't want a sensitive research base like near a base full of criminals, basically. Okay. So they've pretty much built it on like the opposite side of the moon.
Okay, and is the station like an orbital station, or is it like a station on the moon?
It's a station on the moon. Both the Kapinsk project and Nutak 2 are on the moon. Says.
Okay. So I'm guessing there's no practical way for us to get there without our ship.
Well, to be honest, like I say, it's pretty much like our moon. So if you've got like an environment suit with enough oxygen, you could technically walk there. I mean, there's no like real hazards or anything that are going to stop you. But obviously, if you think about it as being roughly the size of our moon, you're like walking to the other side of the moon, so it would take you a long time.
Okay.
So what's in the common area that we're allowed to be in?
Okay. So the common area is basically, there's like a very simple sort of lounge with like a couple of public access computer terminals. There's like a sort of hollow display, like sort of showing like the latest news and stuff like that. There's comfortable couches. There's like a little canteen area, where like that serves passable food, so like freighter captains can get a bit of like actual food rather than like dried rations and the sort of rubbish you have to take on long haul trips. And there's a sort of smaller sleeping area with sort of like cots and stuff like that, where crews who've been on sort of long haul flights in these like freighters are often cramped and quite uncomfortable. They can sort of like sleep it off a little bit, and that's pretty much it really. The public area of the base is fairly small.
Some food and speak to some fellow captains.
Yeah, I was thinking we might as well. We have some hours to kill.
Okay, that's fine. Johannes, can you please roll me a D3? Actually, make it D4.
2.
Okay, so there's not many people in there in terms of like freighter captains at the minute, but there are like 2 captains of like other ships who, like, after a bit of chat, you sort of gather that they're sort of light freighters that carry like ore and minerals away from the planet, and they're basically sort of like waiting for their consignments to be loaded up. So they're just sort of like chilling, and you see a few of their crew around, sort of like getting food, like sleeping, doing all the normal stuff you'd expect to see people on like long haul sort of things doing. Is there anything in particular? They're quite happy to chat. I mean, they've been stuck on their ships for however many sort of like weeks and months their journeys have been taken, and obviously you guys have got fairly sort of good faster than light drive. So for like you guys traveling like 5 light years, it was like 5 days. But a lot of these sort of like bigger and particularly older freighters, they often have sort of like quite old faster than light drives where, you know, it takes like weeks or months to like move between systems. So a lot of them are sort of, they're quite grateful to like actually talk to people who aren't their own crew, because they've been sort of like stuck with each other for like 6 months, like with nothing to do apart from like sit there and be like, yeah, soon be at that base, pick up those minerals, and then we can do this all again. Great.
I know what kind of routes they're doing, where they're going, where they're coming from.
Yeah, you're able to find that out. They're quite happy to talk about it. There's nothing secretive about it. They seem to do routes that cover most of Dominion space. They're mostly staying within Dominion space, ferrying like ore and resources from bases like this, mining facilities, to various other systems where obviously the resources are used to like make technology, manufacture things, stuff like that. There's one captain there who's called Tatagino, who says that he does like a bit of trading with the older syndicates, you know, which your old mate Corpacora belongs to, the old Caphis syndicates, and he's basically you hear him mainly because he's moaning at the moment, because he's saying that he used to use the sort of trade corridor as it's known, the sort of system, the Erie Atalegi system, like I say, informally known as the trade corridor, which is sort of like the main safe passage through Ravager space between the Caphis territories and Dominion space. But like at the minute, it's basically being like blockaded by and invaded by a Ravager fleet. So he's like, oh, I didn't want to risk it, you know, got my crew to think of and got my livelihood to think of. So it's basically cut him off from his like lucrative trading routes into the Caphis territories. So he's having a bit of a moan and a whinge about that. And the rest of the conversation is just like generally like, a lot of these people seem to like know each other. They probably trade with the same places, so you know they're sort of like chatting with each other. Oh, you know, like how's this trade route going? Oh, do you face any problems? Stuff like that. They're saying, oh, like Ravagers and pirates have been a problem, but they're always a problem. However, the Ravagers seem to have got like particularly bold, and they're like striking out of their sort of known space at the moment. So that's causing a problem for them all, because most of these freighters aren't heavily armed. Is there anything else in particular you guys want to ask them?
What the particular ore is coming out of this planet, well, moon.
Okay, yep, you're told that there's a number of different metals that are extracted from the moon. Most of them are sort of commonplace metals. There's nothing that particularly jumps out as like, oh, this is a rare metal or something particularly fancy. It's just that, like, because of like the lack of atmosphere and like general sort of habitation on this moon, they can sort of go fully in with like mechanized and like industrial sort of mining, whereas if it's a habitable world, they often have to be a bit more careful, whereas they're pretty much like, you get the impression that this moon's basically been strip mined for like all the sort of stuff they can wring out of it. So although the actual ores themselves aren't particularly noteworthy, they can be obtained in quantity from here. So you can do like a couple of trips here and you can get like easily like twice what you get from like a smaller scale operation. And obviously there's pretty much like an indentured workforce here. So because these people are like criminals as far as the Dominion's concerned, and like this is their sentence, they can pretty much work them till they drop.
Would we have a sense that they were in fact criminals?
How do you mean? Sorry.
Well, I guess do we think that there are people who've spoken out against the Dominion and have ended up indentured as a result of it, or do we think that they're actually full on like murderers? And
okay, make me a charisma roll. This is just to see. Now you will find out some information, but this is just to see like how much and how detailed the information you find out.
Total failure.
Okay, so you don't find out any detailed information, but you basically find out that there's like a wide gamut of like different sort of criminals here. and the sentences range from like, oh, you've got to work in the mining facility for like a month for like minor crimes, to like, you are here for life. And indeed, there's some people here who would have been executed, but they were given basically the choice of like, we can either execute you, or you can go and like work for the rest of your days on this mining colony. And you get the feeling that not all the people who were given this decision chose to work on the mining colony. Some of them were like, no, I'll just take the execution, that's fine. Whereas others were like, perhaps hoping to escape, maybe, you don't know, sort of chose the mining colony option. But there's people here varying. There's not many people who are like, oh, you don't find out they've just sort of spoke out against the Dominion and they've been like consigned here. Most of the people you sort of like hear about are like your murderers, your sort of like grand thieves, people who've been responsible for like corporate espionage, stuff like that, like acts of terrorism, stuff like that. So most of the people you hear about are sort of fairly serious crimes as far as the Dominion's concerned. You do manage to find out, however, that they're the sort of like control collars, effectively, they're wearing. They're a modified form of this collar. This collar basically prevents you from lying while you're wearing them, makes it very difficult for you to lie. And also, because it's a modified version, they're set up so that if anyone goes outside the perimeter of this base or enters the public area, if they're a miner, it sends like an electric shock through their system that like disables them, and then it automatically alerts like the network on this base. So they'll get like a notification like, oh, prisoner 3517 has tried to enter the public area, and they just go and scoop them up while they're unconscious. And obviously that gets added onto their sentence.
Okay.
And like I say, you don't see many of these people, but there is like one corridor which you get the feeling is used mostly by the Dominion troops, which links the public area to the sort of mining area. And occasionally, as the doors open, when like a soldier comes in to like get a cup of tea or whatever, you do occasionally see like one of these sort of like jumpsuited prisoners with these big metal collars like walking past, but they very noticeably stay on the mining side of it. They don't make any attempts to like enter the public area, presumably because of these collars. And in fact, Rob, roll me a d6.
4.
Okay, yeah. So, aside from this, your time there passes fairly uneventfully. Like I say, you don't see any of the criminals attempt to enter the public area. There's like a Dominion trooper, armed on the sort of door of the corridor that links the two areas together. But he's just sort of like stood there with like, the standard like laser rifle they're equipped with, just sort of like making sure that you pretty much get the idea that like he's there. So if any prisoners try and run into the public area and then get knocked out by the collars, he's basically there just to be like, yeah, can we get a pickup, please? He's not really like expecting any trouble. Like he stood like fairly casually, just like holding his rifle. He doesn't look like he's like combat ready. Effectively, he's not like on a high state of alert.
Have there been any issues with the inmates here? Because the technology seems very, good, since they seem to rely on it.
Okay, so as you talk to these captains and you ask about a bit, maybe a charisma roll. Again, as with Balan's role, you will find out some information. This is just how detailed information you get is.
This might be bad because Balan is the more charming of the Geza brothers, and I strive to do what my brother does, which would have been enough for him, but not for me.
Okay. Well, like I say, you will find out some information, because it's not like these freighter captains are being like secretive. You hear some sort of general information that like maybe about 8 or 10 years ago, there was a bit of a sort of a riot caused by some of the prisoners who at the time didn't have these like control collars on, and the riot was eventually brought under control, but like a number of like the Dominion personnel like died during it, and a lot of the prisoners did as well. And obviously that disrupted the flow of ore from the mine, which you sort of get the impression from the captain you're talking to that like that's the bit the Dominion were bothered about. Not the people who died, the fact like, we couldn't get our resources from this area for a bit. So after the riot had been quelled, that was when they brought in these like control collars, and since then everything's been fairly quiet. in the sort of few months following, there were a couple of prisoners who like chanced their arm, even though they'd got these collars on, but they were quickly incapacitated by like the electric charge from this collar, and they were scooped up. Like a few years were added to their sentence, and they were like thrown back into the sort of mining operation. And since then, everything's been fairly quiet.
So basically what would happen here is someone hits this place with an EMP, disrupts the network, and
Yeah,
the Dominion just loses.
pretty much.
We call that the exit plan.
I was wondering, would that be a distraction?
I think a large-scale prison riot would certainly qualify as a distraction. Yeah.
Bit of a problem.
Yeah, I wonder would that cause the Dominion troops from the Nutak
New Tac 2. Yep.
to come to quell it.
Okay, you ask around, and like the New Tac 2 base has been here like as long as the mining base. And when you ask, you get the idea that when the previous riot happened, no personnel were sent from the other base to help.
Okay.
Like, at all. You don't know if that would be the case if it happened now on like a larger scale breakout, but certainly on the last sort of riot, there were no personnel sent from New Tac 2 to help Kabinsk mine project.
Okay.
And as you've been chatting to these guys for a while, Captain Tatagino says, "So, well, what sort of game are you people into? I heard you had a bit of a coolant problem with your ship when you came in."
Yeah, we got a knock from a Ravagers.
You say that, and he's like, "Oh, them damn Ravagers!" He's like, "They get everywhere. It's getting so an honest freighter captain can't earn a living nowadays." And again, he starts like going on about all the problems he's had in the trade corridor, and he's like, "Yeah, it used to be, as long as you stuck to the trade corridor, and you went through all the normal checks and you paid your duties and your tax and stuff like that, you could quite happily trade between Dominion space and the Caffis territories. But now, with the Ravager fleet, it's getting so it's not worth trying." He's like, "I've taken such a hit on my profits the last sort of couple of months, you wouldn't believe it."
I would, mate. I really would.
And he's like, "Well, if you ask me," he's like, "the Dominion ought to get that capital fleet they've got sat in the Ianthus system, and they ought to just take it into Ravager space, just clean a lot of them out, wipe them all out."
Well,
Yeah,
I guess
mercy.
you'd have to prove that they have some resources there before they do that.
He says, "Well, if you ask me, they're not even they're little more than animals." He's like, "Tell me, you ever seen a Ravager close up?"
On the outside of his ship, yeah.
He's like, "Oh, then he said, "Oh, they're terrible things. I mean, they look human, but they're all into like cutting each other up and sticking bits of metal through themselves. And them ships they fly, first of all, I don't even know how they can fly them. And secondly, well, if you've seen one, you've seen the state of them, like coolant leaks, reactor leaks. I don't even know how they keep them in space, to be honest. I reckon we'd be doing them a favour if they all got wiped out." At which point he takes out a pack of death sticks and he starts chuffing on one.
Well, I suppose that might be a part of the problem here. A Ravager tin can against the Dominion capital ship. Not much of a match there. So the Dominion don't care because it's tin cans and people with spanners through their, noses.
He says, "Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, what as long as like the trade keeps on, what do the Dominion care about the cost to like independent operators like myself? They've got this bloody big capital fleet just sat there in the Ianthus system, and I know that's like the Dominion stronghold in the sector, and they've got to protect their own, and they've got all their bases there and their worlds there and whatever. But he's like, would it hurt them to send a couple of like the capital class ships to like ravage a space, or at least to protect the trade corridor, if nothing else? But like you say, I suppose they don't give a toss really, as long as like the trade carries on.
Yeah, and that's probably the thing. You're not signed up for Dominion work. You might trade with them.
He sort of looks around a little bit and like make sure no one's listening. He's like, nah, I've not bought into all that like Dominion propaganda. He's like, I know it's difficult being an independent operator, but he's like, at least this way, all I've got to worry about is my cargo, myself, and my crew of my ship. He's like, I'm not like drinking that Dominion Kool-Aid. I'm not down in that like, oh, you know, everything for the cause. And he sort of like makes a gesture with his hand. Mm-hmm. He's like, I'm just a simple trader. I just want to be like left to do my business, try and make a bit of a profit, and hopefully I can retire to like a small moon or a planet somewhere, you know, in a few years. And one of my crew will like take on the ship or whatever.
How do you figure if they're, you know, doing all this to each other, how do you figure they stay, well, I hesitate to say healthy, but it has to, like, if you're taking scrap metal and putting it in your body and cutting on each other, how it seems like that would be a problem in the long run.
He says, well, I don't know about that, but let me tell you, when I was a young lad, I served on a freighter and we got boarded by Ravagers once and we had to fight them off. I mean, luckily, we lost a few good people, and he sort of like lowers his head a bit, but we were able to repel them. He says, I've never seen anything like it. They were like animals. They were just, they didn't seem to feel pain. They were just tearing into people with like their bare hands, like bits of metal, like clubs they were using. I've never seen anything like it, and I hope never to see it again. He says, like I say, animals. They are animals. I don't know how they survive, what they do to themselves, but well, I saw a good few people get lost to those damn Ravagers, and like I say, I reckon we'd be better to wipe them all out.
Well, let's drink to hopefully not being caught by any of them, and I'll go and get like a round of whatever it is that they have on the menu.
You notice there's like no, obviously it's like a word, there's no like alcoholic beverages, so you come back with a few mugs of like synth coffee, and sat him down. The Captain Tatagino's like, oh well, here's hoping for a good solar wind in your sails, fellas.
Yeah, I love myself a good recaf decaf.
Mm-hmm. Captain Tatagino sort of like takes a swig of his, like gulps it down, and then like he looks at it and he's like, oh bloody Dominion. He's like, they can't even get the synth coffee right, and he sort of like puts it down. He's like, still, it's better than that rehydrogenated swill that we have to drink on the long haul journeys, I'll tell you that. Not by much though. And he sort of like chuckles a bit to himself.
Yeah, that asteroid ice though, that has to put a special spin on the coffee, right?
he sort of laughs and he says, well, if you say so. To be honest, it's just good to get off the ship. I mean, every like spare inch of space on board my vessel is for cargo, so you know everything's fairly cramped. The quarters aren't exactly what you call palatial. It's just nice to get off and like stretch our legs, and most of my crew are like sleeping it off at the minute in some moderately comfortable beds. And he sort of chuckles to himself. So, but still, once they've loaded up, we'll be back to it again and off out into the black. That's the life of a trader, I'm afraid. But we all knew what we were signing on for.
Yeah, well, hopefully you'll find your way. And
he says, yeah, well, I don't know how long we're going to be able to keep doing what we're doing if the trade corridor's not opened up again. I made a lot of my money shuttling things between Dominion and Cathis space. But we've tried to adapt, but a lot of the trade routes in Dominion space are already covered. So I don't know how long we're going to keep going if the trade corridor's not freed up. But what can you do? He's like, I haven't got a military ship to like force my way through there. I've got a few sort of like a couple of like old laser cannons to like, which will see off most of your sort of casual pirates and stuff like that. But like I say, these Ravagers, they're a different thing entirely. They don't even seem to like want what you've got on board. They're like rabid animals. They just attack your ship. I've even heard, I don't know how true this is, but I've even heard tell of them attacking vessels, scuttling them, wrecking them, and then just leaving them.
Seen that.
It's like, yeah. Is that? I mean, what? Don't get me wrong. I don't approve of space piracy, but at least I can sort of understand the space pirates. You know, you want what someone's got, you go in and you take it, and at least most of them generally don't like murder everyone on board. They just take what they want. They're more like an occupational hazard. And if you show a bit of resistance, fire a few like laser cannons at them, most of them will think, oh, it's not worth my trouble, and they'll move on to easier pickings. But these Ravagers, they're just something else.
Yeah, the downside of sentience is that we are capable of malice and hatred. Well, hopefully your way will be clear and
Well,
the Ravagers in your way few.
Well, here's open. And obviously, like, after a couple of hours have passed, you're informed by the technicians there that the coolant leak has been repaired on your ship, and you're good to go, basically. You're not charged for it, since they say it was like a really minor repair, which obviously you guys know because they basically had to like plug something in. To be honest, Tyler, you're surprised it took them a couple of hours, because you're like, I could have sorted that out in about 15 minutes. But obviously they're not quite up to your standard, and obviously they didn't know exactly what was wrong with it, so they've probably had to like do a diagnosis and then go like, oh yeah, there we go.
Yep. And they get paid by the hour.
Yeah. So yeah, your ship is repaired. You are good to go whenever. I mean, they're not sort of saying like you are good to go. Get off the moon. Get off Kabinsk mining project now, because you're free to sort of stay as long as you want in the sort of like public area and whatever. But you are good to go whenever you see fit.
I'll check the ship over, see what they've done exactly.
Yep, you check the ship over. Roll me a d6.
Two.
Yep, you check the ship over. You don't see anything untoward. They seem to have just sort of like fixed the coolant link.
Excellent. Right, and guys, so what's the story before we go and land in this place? Which one of you's got the highest clearance?
You know that you've all got exactly the same clearance on your forged documents.
Excellent.
And are they all technician documents?
Yeah, they're all ID cards that identify you as technicians with Alabaster clearance, which is like the lowest level of like Dominion clearance. There's basically no clearance, then there's Alabaster clearance. Alabaster is like the clearance that basic technicians, maintenance people have.
It's the membership card.
Yeah, pretty much. Your documentation basically says that you're like a new sort of like crop of technicians that have been sent to work on the new TAC 2 base, because obviously they switch out and switch in like staff fairly regularly.
Air ducts it's going to be then, guys.
Sorry, so they're expecting us to come on for like an extended period, are they, as opposed to come and fix a specific thing?
Yeah, you're just like a new shift coming on, basically, from what you can tell from the documentation.
Okay. Okay, so they won't be expecting us to land in a non-Dominion ship, so then, will they?
Possibly not. However, yeah, it's not uncommon for people to like book passage on other ships, so you could probably pass that off as, you know, we booked passage on like the earliest ship we could, and this was the one that came along.
Okay. Okay.
So it's obviously like people who can't afford their own ships, they just book passage on other vessels, and as a sort of base level technician you wouldn't be like highly paid, so it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that you could be just like, yeah, we had to book passage on a ship and we had to fly economy.
Okay.
I take it the Tarn's disciple is still with us.
Oh yeah, his lizard man is still with you.
Right, so he's going to be acting captain of this ship.
Okay, so you basically say to Grook, you sort of say, "Oh yeah, you're going to be in charge of the ship," and he sort of raises a scaly eyebrow when you say that. He seems quite surprised by that idea.
Well, I can trust him not to betray Tarn because of this blood oath. So it's not like he's going to just bugger off and get Tarn in a load of shit.
One problem you do have, however, is when you're like, right, us three are going down to this moon base, and you're going to stay on the ship. He's like, no, I'm going to stay with Tarn.
Okay, Tarn.
And you guys are like, oh, let's have a look at these ID cards. Oh, no giant blue lizard man on these ID cards.
So I will propose to him that the way that we're going to get through with this is that you play the captain while we're here, because where we're going now, there's not really a lot of space to make mistakes. So what we need is a cover, and that's you. And if we don't have that cover, we might as well be dead. So his way of protecting me currently is being the acting captain of the ship as we're here, because there's a lot of eyes on us now, and we need to not make a mistake.
He still doesn't seem entirely happy with the concept, but when you portray this as like, oh, we might need you to like swoop in the ship and like save me, which would like pay off your life debt, he sort of sullenly nods and he accepts that, although he doesn't seem exactly overjoyed about the prospect.
I'll mention afterwards as I sort of, he's like, oh, fine. I'll mention to him that there's all the chance in the world that this will turn sideways, and then we can have a whole.
Oddly enough, the prospect of you being in like imminent life or death situation and him having the opportunity to sort of like swoop in does seem to cheer him up a lot.
So be ready.
He's like, yes, I will be ready.
What you're going to do is you're going to drop us off. You're going to fly away out of this sector, hit the big cloaking button, and then come back near us. So when you do get that call, you're the hero.
Good, I like this plan. I will do as you say. Okay, at which point are you guys presumably just planning on getting dropped off, and then he'll do the plan as you say. Okay, not a problem. So the Hawk takes you, drops you off on a landing pad. Obviously, you're asked to identify yourself. You're pretty much like, here's our credentials, we're a new mining shift coming in, etc. They're like, yeah, no problems. You get dropped off. Krook then takes the ship, and you see it sort of like engage the faster than light drive, and it like disappears out of the system. Presumably, as you said, to recloak and then re-enter the system under cover of the cloaking drive. So I'm going to move you guys to the map shortly. Just give me a moment. I'm going to put your tokens on there and stuff like that, and obviously actually wait for the map to load, which I'm hoping won't take too long. There we go, lovely jubbly. Just put your tokens on and then I'll move you all over to the map. Okay, let's move you all over. So I'm hoping when the map loads you guys will be able to see that. Let me know if you can't.
Yep.
presume yours is still waiting to load, Rob. Okay, no problems. I'll wait till you've all come over. Let me just turn down the volume of this like Total Recall-esque music. There we go. You're still loading, Rob. I can't hear you, so I'm assuming you've reconnected.
Sorry, it's still loading. Sorry.
Okay, 'cause on my thing it looks as though you've dropped out of Foundry.
Hang on. No, it's.
Okay, so while we're waiting, I'll basically just give you guys a quick description of what you can see. You've come in via an airlock door. So ahead of you, you can see the corridor of, like the main corridor of this level of the research base. At the end of the corridor, you can see a technician wearing like the standard technician overalls, appears to be working on like a small maintenance droid. So he's got like the inspection hatch open on it, and he's got like a vibro spanner, and he's like tinkering around with it. And sort of halfway down the corridor on either side, you can see what appears to be two sort of windows and doors, and you can just see on the window to, it'll be your right, which I'm just sort of pinging now, hopefully, if it would actually ping. There we go. You can see there appears to be like a Dominion trooper stood behind that window. Obviously it's basically like a check-in point, and on the opposite window you can see what appears to be like a mechanic sat in a chair, you know, like got his feet up. I can see you're all on the map now. I hope you can all see it. So that's what you can see. So what do you want to do?
Stop looking suspicious. So I'll have to move forward and try and find someone we can report to.
Okay, so as you start moving forward, the technician who's at the far end working on the repair droid, he sort of like looks up and sees you, and he's like, yeah, I'll be with you in a moment. Just give me a few moments. And he turns back, and under his breath you hear him like, oh, damn repair droids. And you can see he's
I'll just go back to standing around then.
After a few moments, he sort of slams the hatch on the repair droid. He walks over to you, and he's like, "Oh, you're the new shift, are you?" And he's like, "I'm Blom, first technician." And he sort of holds his hand out.
I'll give him a firm handshake, and I will put intentionally like too much pressure on the, like just.
He's like, "Whoa, that's a bit of a grip you've got there, fella."
Yeah,
And he's like, "Right, okay, since you're the new shift," he's like, "First things first, what are your names?"
Dark-eyed.
All right.
Yep, Charlotte.
He looks over at you, Tyler. He's like, "And you?"
I will give the name you gave me as soon as I can find my note for it.
It's fine. It's Dal Egbig, Elbig, so Dal. So yeah, you say, "Oh, name's Dal." He's like, "Right, okay." He's like, "Well, if you just head down to the sort of check-in room there, show your IDs to like the Dominion trooper, and we'll get you checked in."
Yeah, do as he says.
Okay, yeah. So you guys head down to the sort of check-in area. There's a fairly like bored Dominion trooper sort of sat there, who sort of looks over at you, and he's like, "ID cards, please."
Hand them in.
Yeah, no problems. You hand the trooper your ID card. At this point, can you roll me a D6? He sort of scans them.
Everyone, or
Yeah, everyone who's handing over their ID cards. Anything but a 1, you're fine.
1.
Okay. That's not a massive problem at this stage, to be honest. However, it does tick up the alarm clock by 1. So basically, he first tries sort of running the scanner across your ID card, and it's like, and he's like, oh, seems to be a bit of a problem. And he has to like run it over a few, like raises an eyebrow, runs it over a few times, and eventually it's accepted. He hands it back to you, and he's like, right, yeah, you're good to go. He's like, make sure you stick to levels 1 and 2. You'll be fine.
Right, go back to the first technician.
Yep, no problems. He basically opens a door here to the room with the slightly bored mechanic in it. So it shows you all into that room. So I'll move you all in there. Or I would if my system wasn't running amazingly slowly. Yep, so you all head into this sort of like small room where the mechanics are located. It's basically like a small sort of like mess room, pretty much. You see this bored-looking mechanic. He's got his feet up. He sort of nods at you all as you come in. Blom sort of shows you in, and he's like, right, well, this is the basic technician station on level 1. He's like, levels 1 and 2 are open to human maintenance staff. Stay out of level. He's like, the staircases at the end of the corridor there down to level 2. He's like, stay out of level 3. It's off limits to any non-authorized personnel. He's like, basically, we spend our time here. We'll get called when there's a job. Whoever's next on the rotor goes out and fixes it. He's like, in the meantime, he's like, his comms for you all, and he gives you all like little sort of like comm earpieces. He's like, you're free to wander about levels 1 and 2. We'll call you if there's a situation that requires your attention. Otherwise, your time's pretty much your own. He's like, pretty sweet deal, to be honest. He's like, yeah, these the soldiers on the base are a bit sort of stuffy, and the scientists is like, well, we don't really have much to do with them. It's mostly just fixing the odd repair droid and such, like repairing the old computer console and stuff like that. If you need any further help, you carry on down to the end of the corridor. There's like the reception area. There's a D3 Diplo droid in there. That'll pretty much answer any questions you have that it's authorized to answer. Otherwise, your time's your own.
Yes.
It's just somewhere to sleep.
Yeah, where's the gym?
He sort of laughs when you say gym. He's like, yeah, I'm sorry about that. He's like, there's not really any of those facilities on the base. He's like, in terms of like where you'll be sleeping, he's like, there's quarters on level 2. It's shared quarters, so we've got the scientists, security personnel, and us technicians in there. Although we always tend to end up with like the smaller quarters, unsurprisingly. But yeah, he's like, to be honest, if you just want to get a little bit of shut eye, and he sort of like, he gestures at the technician with his feet up, who's like started like snoring softly. He's like, I'd just get a bit of kip on one of these chairs in here. To be honest, you'd probably be more comfortable than in the quarters. He's like, officially, obviously, we're not allowed to sleep on the job. Unofficially, you know, if you're not needed, and as long as you've got your comm earpiece in, and you're gonna wake up if we call you. If you want to get your feet up and get a bit of shut eye in the technician's room, I'm not going to complain about it.
How's the air filtration if, let's say, there's a need for a bit of the old smoke?
He's like, it's pretty good. He's like, you're fine. He's like, as long as you're not like, well, you shouldn't be on the lower levels anyway, but as long as you're not smoking down there, that's fine. He's like, otherwise, you're fine. Obviously, we'd prefer you keep that to the sort of like the quarters area on level 2, but as long as you're not like having a massive smoke break on work's time, you should be fine. So they've got the obviously they've got the solar power plants running full time. There's an emergency generator sort of deep underground should there be any problems. So yeah, we're pretty good as far as that sort of thing goes. Yeah, occasionally we have the odd power fluctuation. You know, it's unavoidable with these things, but like I say, we've got the backup generator to kick in if there's a problem with the solar plants. So you should be fine. And he leans in a bit closer and, like, in a sort of slightly conspiratorial voice, says, although to be honest, if you do want to have a cheeky, like, puff on a death stick, he's like, now obviously I can't officially tell you this, but he's like, if you do want to have a cheeky chuff, I'd advise you just stand near one of, like, the access grates that leads into, like, the ventilation system, and you should be fine. Well, whatever fumes come off it, they'll get sucked into the filtration system and you're grand. He's like,
Yeah.
He's like, obviously, if like a call gets put out, we have to be like all hands on deck. But otherwise, I run a fairly like loose ship here. I'm not interested in monitoring you 24/7. That's for the scientists and the security personnel and stuff like that. He's like, we're just here to do a job. Long as that job gets done, I'm a happy camper.
Right. Okay. Best get to it then.
He's like, right, well, I'm gonna probably get a bit of shut eye myself. So feel free to wander around. If you got any questions, I'll be in here. Like I say, you can always ask in reception as well if you have any questions you need answering. Otherwise, I'll get you on the comms if we need an update.
Right.
It says normally the way it works is if we get a job that we need doing, we put out a call seeing if there's any technicians in the area of that job. If there are, we assign them to it. If there's not, we'll assign it on a rota-based system. So just keep your ears out on the comms and you'll be fine. If you have a problem and you don't think you can handle it on your own, call. I know you guys are a little bit new to this. Then just put out a call for some assistance and we'll arrange for one of the other technicians to come and help you.
Right.
Obviously,
Where's the
yeah.
Where's the tools?
He points to like our locker in the sort of little room that he's sat in, and he's like, all the standard tools are in there. He's like, help yourself. Obviously, at the end of each day, at the end of each shift, we expect everything to be replaced. We have to inventory them, and we have to report back. Assuming you're staying on here for the long term, there'll be a performance review at the end of each month. If there's anything we think we need to brush up on, or any like additional training you require, we'll address that then. Obviously, I'll be sat in for your performance review. I'll be giving the performance review. If you want to have someone else sat in as a witness, we're happy for you to do that. If you need a copy of the HR policies on reviews or anything like that, they're available from the public access terminals. You'll see the public access terminals dotted all around the building. Feel free to use them. Obviously, any use of those terminals is monitored, so just bear that in mind. He says we've got 3 types of terminals. There's the technicians terminals, which are obviously where we store our like technicians database and we log problems and stuff like that. There's the security terminals, and then there's the public access terminals, which are more located in the living areas, which you're free to use when you're on your breaks for whatever you want. But as I say, bear in mind, usage is monitored. Aside from that, I'll leave you to it. Like I say, have yourself the tools.
Cheers, boss.
No worries.
So I guess we'll all take a set of tools.
Yeah, it's like your standard like workman's tool belt with like hydro spanner and stuff like that in it. You can see the two, like Blom and the other sort of snoring technician, have also got these like fat tool belts around their waist with various bits and pieces hanging from them.
Should we go and check out the living quarters?
Yeah, might as well.
Oh.
Turn the lighting level up on this. It's a bit difficult to see. There we go. Okay, so yeah, you guys head, like Tan and Balan, you head to the stairs at the end of the corridor, heading past the reception where you see like this diplomatic droid behind a desk. You head down onto level 2, and you can see what appears to be like a couple of like filtration vents to your left and right, and up ahead of you is a door that appears to be locked. It has one of those sort of like swipe here security pass dealios on it.
Okay. Can I try and swipe my pass?
You can do indeed. Roll me a d6. Anything but a 1 or a 2, you are fine.
My tokens vanished, John.
Oh, I can still see it. It's here. I'm not sure why you can't see it.
I see, yeah.
I've just sort of moved it up and down a little bit. Yeah, so you move into the staircase, and hopefully it should have then moved you across onto the map to the second level. Okay, so have you made your roll, Rob?
I have. I got a 5.
Okay, that is absolutely fine. The door unlocks. And then sort of opens automatically in front of you. Although I think we both just clicked on it. So,
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
so as it opens, you can see there's a short corridor beyond that, another door with one of these swipe security passes, and then there is one of these sort of standard armament like Dominion troopers or D troopers as they're known. He's sort of stood there, he's got the standard like laser rifle. He's sort of holding it, like not in a combat stance, but he's holding it sort of like down. He just sort of like gives you a nod as you open the door because you've swiped through, so he assumes like you're authorised to be here.
Yeah.
So he just sort of nods, and you can see the doorway on the other side of him also has one of these swipies on it.
So again, I'll swipe my card again.
Okay, so roll a d6 again.
5 again.
Okay, absolutely grand. So the door opens in front of you, and as you head through, you can see sort of a corridor to the left and right. The one to your sort of left, so east on the map as we're looking at it, there's like a sort of label on the wall that says crew quarters, and then to the west there is a label on the wall that says solar powered battery. I'm trying to think of the actual word for it. Just says like solar power battery to the west.
Okay, and in front?
Okay, in front there is no label that you can see on the door. But again, it's another door with a swipey.
Okay, to the quarters then.
Okay. So who's going to swipe their card?
I think Balan might as well. You've been
Okay.
doing a good job.
Make that d6 roll again. Obviously, I'm only going to have you roll once for each door. That's
3.
That is absolutely fine. So you swipe it, there's like a ding, and the door opens. As you head in, you can see you're in effectively like a small lounge area. There's various like computer terminals. There's what look to be a couple of the Dominion troopers and a mechanic in here. They're all just like sat on these public access terminals, like using the internet effectively. And then beyond that, there are a couple of doors. Well, there's a door beyond that doesn't have like a swipey on it, so you think you can just open that, and that says to crew rest area above it.
So I'll open that and see.
Yep, go for it. Again, another small corridor with a door. Again, no swiping necessary. You open that, and in it you can see on the far wall in the room beyond that are what appear to be a number of like beds, but they're sort of like vertical, like pods on the wall. And you can see there's like there's a few scientists in here just sort of sat down on comfortable chairs, like chatting with each other. They sort of look up when you come in, give you a nod, don't really pay much attention to you. You can see there's like a few people like sleeping in these pods. It basically looks like you sort of like strap yourself into these pods and then like the lid comes down, probably as a space sort of saving mechanism, because they can sort of stack more of them in if they're vertical.
Okay. How many scientists are there? 3.
3 in here, yeah.
Okay.
And they're just sort of they're talking in fairly hushed tones, but not in a case of like, oh, we're talking about secret stuff. More in a case of like they're just sort of like leant over, like having a conversation with each other. So like they're sat a bit closer to each other than is indicated on the map, but I didn't want to cram the map too much. And they just appear to be talking about their work, basically.
Okay.
I mean, if you guys sort of like, you can hear a few snatches of their conversation, and they seem to be talking mainly about sort of medical stuff. They appear to be talking about people who are like suffering from some sort of illness or disease, and the various sort of methods they've tried to like cure them or like alleviate their symptoms.
Okay.
Aside from that, there's a couple of, again, these sort of like filtration vents in here, which are like the sort of little white squares you can see on the floor. They're not actually on the floor, they're sort of like up on the wall, but obviously it's difficult to show that.
Okay. And are they big enough that someone might be able to get into them, or are they?
Yeah, if you, basically they're sort of about that tall and that wide. They are like metal grates, so you have to like unscrew them. But sort of like you get a chance to like have a quick look through, because they're like slitted metal grills. You get a chance to have a quick look through as you're sort of like walking past without raising any suspicion, and you can see beyond that it's basically like a sort of metal like ventilation tube. Now you think a normal sort of average sized person would be able to get through there, but you'd have to like crawl through. You wouldn't be able to stand up.
Okay. Okay.
What do you want to do, guys?
I'd like to approach the scientists.
Yeah, no problem. You walk over to them, and the conversation sort of dies away as you walk over. One of them sort of like, they look a bit surprised. Like, obviously, you get the feeling that the technicians and the scientists don't normally mix that much, but they sort of look over, and one of them says, "Everything all right, technician?" He sort of like looks over. He calls out like sort of rank, like class 1 technician.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we're new, and I'm wondering if you could explain to us how everything works.
He's like, "Well, I'm sorry, I don't really know how all the technical side of everything here works. Not really our area of expertise, to be honest. We're mostly down on the 3rd level in the medical bay down there."
Ah, okay.
He says we leave all of that sort of stuff to you fellows in the technicians department. Basically, if we have a problem with the equipment or anything, we just simply log it on the system. And granted, down on level 3, it's mainly the repair droids that get sent, since only authorised researchers are supposed to be down there. But if it's something up here, like in the crew quarters or whatever, they normally send one of you guys along, and they fix it up for us.
Ah, okay. Very interesting.
He says, "Well, if you like that sort of thing, I suppose." But to be fair, at least it's efficient. I've got no real complaints. I mean, granted, when we had a problem with one of the pods, and he sort of jerks his thumb at the sleeping pod, so yeah, it took him a bit of time to get round to it, because they were quite busy at the time. I think a few of the repair droids were malfunctioning, but it got sorted out in the end. So.
And where are the repair droids kept? Do you know?
He says, well, most of them report to the. I think most of them report to the sort of maintenance hub on the 1st floor. You know, where most of the maintenance people spend their time when they're not on call. He says, I might be wrong. To be honest, I tend mainly to see them when they're like wheeling in to sort out a problem. But I think that's where they camp.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Well, nice to meet you and whatnot.
Well, and you, I hope your stay here's a good one.
Yeah, me too.
And the scientists like go back to chatting amongst themselves.
I'm already less concerned about a station-wide event that might be terminal for some of these scientists. Cool. So I think I'm going to head back out and check the solar section or the solar door.
Okay, yeah. Feel free to move yourself over. Obviously, the solar door is like here.
Okay, so I'll scan it again.
Yep, again, make that roll.
5.
Okay. So you do your swipey. The door unlocks. And in the room beyond, you can see what appear to be 5 computer terminals. There's a couple of scientists sat at a couple of them. There's a mechanic stood in the corner, and there's a little repair droid sort of like moving about. And beyond that is another door that doesn't have a swipey on it, but it's like a big, almost like airlock like style double door.
Okay.
You see the scientists, these don't appear to be like public access terminals, judging by the configuration of them, and the scientists are sort of sat at them like typing away and occasionally like swiping stuff on their touch screens. They appear to be like working rather than sort of relaxing like the other ones you saw.
Okay. And there are public terminals in the mess or the barracks?
Yeah, there's public terminals in the sort of crew's quarters, but these ones in here appear to be more sort of perhaps sort of like scientific terminals, or more like workstations rather than just like a computer with internet access.
Okay.
And you can see like the signs of like obviously shielded, but like big thick cables that appear to like run into the walls and presumably into the chamber beyond, coming from these workstations. And as you sort of like walk in, you have a bit of like a sort of sly look around. You can see on the screens that the scientists appear to be like looking at like monitoring the power levels of like the solar plants that are obviously outside on the lunar surface, but they're sort of like remotely monitoring them.
Okay. And if we come down here to the double doors, can we see, or the airlock doors, can we see anything out through there?
Yeah, as you peer through, because there's like a little like view slit in them, as you peer through there, you can see beyond there is a small chamber which all of these shielded cables seem to lead into. There is a large control terminal in there, another set of airlock doors opposite, which through the view slit you can see that appears to lead like outside.
Okay.
And the only occupant of this room appears to be a large sort of black coloured security droid that appears to be like sort of very quickly sort of with its long arms like working on the large computer console in there, so constantly like monitoring and making small adjustments.
Okay, and do we think that might be the XK droid?
It doesn't look to be an XK droid. It looks more like a sort of standard model security droid that you might sort of find like anywhere commercially available, whereas the XK droids were specifically sort of like developed soldier droids by the Dominion, whereas this looks just to be like a bog standard security droid. Although obviously it's in like the Dominion colours effectively.
Okay. Cool. And this third door to the south that has a scanner on it as well, does it? This one here.
It does have a scanner on it, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I will try and scan that door.
Okay. You know the drill.
6.
Yep. Boom. Absolutely grand. The door hisses open and you can see a long corridor in front of you. There is a set of double doors at the end, which I've not bothered like putting a doorway on as far as I remember, because there's no swipey on those. Beyond those, you can see there appears to be like another 2 stations on either side with like windows. Beyond that is a door, and through like the view slit you can see like another sort of staircase heading down. Again, these doors don't appear to have swipies on them.
Okay. And these rooms with the S troopers, what are they?
Okay, they appear to be security stations. You can see there's the doors and then there's like windows. They appear very much set up like the security station you checked in at when you first came to the new TAC 2 base.
Okay.
However, the these S troopers, they're sort of like the more elite, like shadow troopers of the Dominion. Instead of wearing the standard armor, they have sort of like black, like stealth armor on.
Okay.
But they appear to be sort of like just like stood in there as like security personnel. You expect, given the similar configuration to the first floor, that you're expected to like check in with them before you sort of move on, rather than just sort of like swiping
downstairs.
your card.
Okay. So I think potentially seen enough down there. So.
Okay, at this point I'm going to ask Tylo, can you please roll me a d6? And this is just to check if sort of like with the background checks and whatever that have been running on you, any problems will have come up, because obviously the longer you spend in here, the more chance you're going to get rumbled. With that roll, however, you are grand for the moment. No like alarms have been raised on the system, because obviously they've checked you in, and eventually your details will get to a part of the system where it's like, actually no, but it's going to take some time.
Okay. So. Do we want to find a quiet corner and have a chat?
If such a thing exists.
Probably the nearest you could get is either in the area that Balan's in now with like the public access terminals, or in the area where the sort of bunks are, because like I said, I know the scientists are spread out on the map, but they're actually sort of like clustered close together.
Yeah.
I can see Tylo's wandered into the solar control room.
Just thought I'd have a quick look, mate.
Yeah, no problems. You head in there. As I say, there's 3 scientists working on these computers, like monitoring the output from the sort of solar array, like feeding information back, you assume, judging by the cables, to the droid in the chamber beyond, who presumably like does all the minute adjustments of like the solar arrays to capture the maximum energy from the system's sun.
Yep. Say Balan's in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we just head down to the bottom of that room and just find a quiet corner to sit down.
Yeah, I mean, they're a little bit more sort of spaced out than the grid on the map allows, so you can easily find like a quiet sort of corner to tuck yourself away in. Are you going with them, Tan? Okay.
I'll cover this comms device as well. I want to turn it to receive only.
Yeah, that's
while
fine.
we talk. Yeah, how about busting in? Oh, we're on live mic.
Okay, roll me a d6. Now, normally, someone interfering with these would have a strong chance of raising the alarm, but because you're a technician and you know about this stuff, there's only a 1 in 6 chance. Oh. Okay. Now, that's not a problem. It doesn't immediately set off alarms. There's not immediately, like, jackbooted troopers, like, storming through the base, like, gunning for your blood or anything like that. However, it does add a couple of segments to the clock, so I'm just going to add those on. So you have 1 segment to go and your clock is half filled. So you basically notice that these things are like rigged to like send like a system alarm if anyone interferes with them, but you sort of like, you cut it off before it like sends the full alarm signal. But you're like, at some point it's going to be registered that like my comm's been like interfered with, but it's going to be a little while.
Yeah.
But yeah, you managed to switch everyone's comms to like, you've made it accessible so you can all switch them to read only now whenever you want.
Yeah.
And obviously you had to make that roll because you've effectively done everybody's rather than just your own. That's why it was a little bit more difficult. Okay, so you're all sort of clustered up in this corner of the room. You've got a bit of space to like talk amongst yourselves. Go for it.
Right. I don't think we're going to have long before we're noticed. So
No.
What's the plan? Through the air duct? Storm the gate? What?
There doesn't seem to be any air ducts we can get into without someone noticing.
I don't think there's not enough space or time to reprogram a droid.
No.
What you could probably do is get people out from the the sleeping area. You could probably get those people out of there, and there's ventilation ducts there.
Now, I will tell you this for nothing. You would be surprised if any of those ventilation ducts went down to the lower level.
Yeah.
But based on your sort of knowledge of technology, Tylo, you would expect that perhaps the main sort of ventilator, they would probably try and keep it to a single ventilation shaft that headed down to the lower level. And you expect it's probably the one near the staircase that heads down, because then effectively it's guarded already by the people they've got there. So really you'd need to get the two S troopers out of their sort of security booths and away if you wanted to access the ventilation shaft down there, which is the one sort of here. I'm hoping you guys can see I've just pinged that. I don't know if you'll be able to.
We can't because of the fog of war. But the windows at the S troopers, are they both open? Open windows?
Yeah, they look for all the work. They're not open, but they're like plexiglass sort of screens. Obviously, they're not actually plexiglass. They'll be like a reinforced sci-fi material, but it's a similar sort of vibe.
Sorry, but is there an open section where you would hand in your card or a grenade?
No, there's basically the doors, and then there's these things. You would just because they're just scanning them. You would just hold your card up to the plexiglass, and they'd scan them through the window.
Okay. I don't see any way to do it quietly, but I don't know what's on the third level.
I imagine worse.
Yeah. Now,
as you're talking, you suddenly on your comms you all hear a this is Blom, Chief Technician Blom. We've got a problem with one of the computer terminals in one of the security booths just at the access point to level 3. We got anyone in the area? Over.
I'm in the area. I'm going. I'll tell him I'm going, boss.
Right. Let me know if it's anything serious. I expect it's just a minor malfunction with the computer terminal. But if you head down, it's in the eastern security booth. The trooper there's logged a call.
I'm on it, boss.
Right, you are. Let me know if you need any assistance. And he signs off.
Will we come with you?
Yeah, might as well. We're apprentices, right?
Yeah.
I'm stuck against a wall. There we go.
Oh. Defeated by a wall.
Those tricksy Dominion.
With their clever walls.
Okay, yeah, so I've just opened the door to this area here, which is where the issue is. You go in, there's one of these shadow troopers in there, and there's a repair droid who's obviously, but they're only really rigged for proper routine maintenance. So you expect what's happened is they've logged the call, the repair droid's gone in and basically been can't do it. The repair droid's automatically logged a call saying we need a human technician, and hence Blom put out the call. As you walk in, the trooper with his sort of modulated voice through his helmet is like, yeah, I'm having an access problem with the terminal.
Cool.
It's like a repair droid couldn't sort it out.
I'll still run a quick diagnostic. Is that okay?
He's like, yeah, fine. I'll be over at the window if you need anything.
No problem.
He's like, if it's going to take a long time, let me know.
Sure will.
And he sort of heads over to the window to let you get on with your thing.
Yeah. And I'll chat him up while this is happening because I've got Balan there being the second helper.
Okay, so what are you going to say to this trooper?
So I'll sort of, because again, Tan is a fairly heavy set guy in that he has a lot of mask going on. He's the kind of short, stocky, and built like a battering ram kind of
Yep.
guy. So
That
it's
does
like-
oddly seem to endear you to this like similarly proportioned like black clad Dominion Shadow Trooper.
Yeah, except he's got armor on. And I don't.
Yeah, pretty
so
much.
I'm just like crossing my arms and leaning against the. I presume because we could access it that the door is open now.
Yes, yeah, it is. Yeah.
So it's just like leaning over, like I'm gonna block this. Like if the door is gonna close, I'm just leaning against the door there, and it's like giving him the up nod.
yeah,
and it's like-
he likewise gives you the up nod.
Yeah. So and then I'll just like say, how do you? Is there a place a fella could get some exercise on the base, because like lifting these, and I'll like hold up my toolkit. It's like this isn't much, and the gravity isn't really, it's never the same.
He's like, yeah, there's not much in the way, and obviously his voice is like slightly mechanical, but I'm not going to try and do that. 'Cause
It's like, there's not really
there is no gym. But he's like, yeah, there's not much in the way of like exercise facilities on the base. He's like, obviously, as you say, if you want, you can take out one of the suits and go out onto the surface, but like you say, with the low gravity out there, it's not really a thing. He's like, there are, when you sleep in the pods, there are sort of muscle vibrators to try and like keep your muscles in trim. But he said that's about the best you can do, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
He says,
so
he says we get, he says, security personnel, we get given like a rigorous exercise regime that we have to do in like the quarters every morning, just keep us in like trim.
Yeah, so I'll keep chatting to him about basically his life here.
Yeah,
like
no problems.
How he gets on with everything, and like what he's doing basically. Trying to get info on how these like shadow troopers work here.
Yep, you to cut a long story short, you get the feeling that like their assignment here is like quite boring. As sort of shadow troopers, they're like sort of Dominion elites. They're normally used to like going into like heavy sort of like violent situations or sort of like stealth missions and stuff like that. Whereas these guys have just been assigned to like some base in the middle of nowhere, and you get the feeling that he thinks that he's probably done something to piss somebody off, and that's why he's been assigned here. And he's like, basically, we've just got to guard the staircase down to this third floor, and like no technicians are allowed down there, only like droids. He tells you that the scientists are allowed down there in the west wing of the third floor, but there's only one person, the chief scientist Calgar, who is allowed in the east wing. And he's like, yeah, it's pretty boring. We just basically check people's IDs. If they're not a scientist heading down there, we turn them away. He's like, occasionally we get a few mistakes, people thinking they can just go down there, but we just turn them around.
So you don't go down.
No,
It's just
never
the
seen it
eggheads.
myself.
The ones with the big brains, huh?
He's like, yeah, just a scientist, like I say, in the west wing, and Calgar in the east wing. He says, I think they've got some of them, from what I understand, they've got some of them newfangled KX security droids and some of the XK, like the specialist ones down there that keep the security down there. But I've never been down there myself, so I wouldn't know. They don't even let your type down there. They're just it's all droids, from what I understand, apart from the scientists.
It just runs itself then, huh?
Pretty much, yeah. He says, to be honest, I don't even know why they've got the two of us here, like guarding this. I mean, if they've got the new like XK droids down there, I don't even know why they need us here. To be honest, like I say, I must have done something to annoy somebody.
Yeah, I'll keep his attention.
Okay.
Talking
No
about
problems.
all this.
So we jump over to Tylo and Balano are sort of like around this computer, and it takes you like no time at all to work out what the actual problem with the system is. Tylo, effectively, to use like modern computer terminology, the person using it has tried to like open too many like applications at once, and it's locked the system up, and you're basically like, oh, I just need to reset this and it'll be fine. But obviously that what you can hear sort of Tan talking to this like very bored sounding shadow trooper, and you, in the meantime, you guys are free. The repair droid's just sort of like sat in the middle of the floor because it's done its bit. It's waiting for a new assignment.
Is he logged in?
Yeah. He's logged in, but then like his computer's locked up, and he's not a technical person, and like a lot of non-technical people do when they're in IT support, he's just like, it's broke, make it work. Obviously, he's not a technical person at all. He's just like, I'm supposed to press these keys and it does this thing. It has stopped doing it, and basically he's forgot to like close his applications as he's been doing other stuff, and he's just like used up the memory of his system. So you're like, oh, I can either shut it down and restart it, or to be honest, I could just like hit Control Alt and Delete and like shut a few of these applications down, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Yeah, you like close them all. You close the applications down. You have access to the terminal.
Ooh. I want to check the security status of the droid in the science room where they were monitoring the solar power.
Okay, no problem. You check the security status there. You see that, as I've said, it is a KX security droid. They're commercially available. This one's been sort of modified with increased processor power, and it pretty much just stays in that chamber. And it's there because a droid can make all the various hundreds of thousands of minor adjustments to keep maximum input to like these solar arrays that power the plant. However, they have, because it's a droid, it doesn't really have like human ingenuity or intuition. The scientists in the room beyond are sort of constantly feeding it data, and then it can respond like really quickly, going like, oh, I need to adjust the dish like 3 degrees to this direction to get maximum solar input. But it pretty much stays in there, just like working this terminal. You do see, however, that anyone who wishes to access the sort of airlock doors to go outside, like occasionally when they have to like repair the solar array, they have to basically like get clearance from the droid, and it's programmed to like automatically like raise a system alarm. So like even if it's destroyed, disabled, or tinkered with, or if someone tries to access the outer airlock door without it approving it, it automatically like raises like a priority alert on the system.
Right.
Could we have overheard the S trooper naming the scientist?
Oh, the scientist Calgar, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. You can also find out from the, so you're into this computer terminal, you also managed to find out from it the sort of like locations of the, basically all of like the security troopers on this floor and the first floor. There's a couple of standard Dominion troopers or D troopers in the sort of security booth on the first floor. You get the feeling that like the security troopers are monitored at all times. There's another D trooper, or 2 of them, in the sort of public access area, like using the computers. And there's the 2 shadow troopers sort of in the booths that you're near now.
Is there a hierarchy listed?
Yeah, you notice that all basically the hierarchy sort of goes shadow troopers, Dominion troopers. So the sort of shadow troopers are like far higher. However, you notice that all of them are sort of supposed to like report to like the chief scientist, who is this Calgar, who seems to be like the head honcho on the base, basically.
Is there a picture?
Indeed, there is. There is a picture of Calgar on there, and as you look at him, basically to give you like a very sort of short description, you remember, what's his name? The guy who played Hannibal in the series Silence of the Lambs was in the Star Wars Rogue One. I forget his name. He looks like him, and he's wearing like a.
Are we talking about Mads Mikkelsen?
Mads Mikkelsen, that's it. Yeah, he looks like him. He's in like his sort of like standard like profile picture. He's wearing like a grey Dominion uniform with like sort of rank insignia on it. You can also.
I know what we're looking for now.
You also see that, as you were told by the S trooper, he's the only one who has clearance to be in the east wing on the 3rd floor.
Can we get his current location?
Yeah, he's in the east wing on the 3rd floor.
Okay.
Does he ever come out of the east wing on the 3rd floor?
You sort of check on his movements, and like very occasionally he'll like go to other parts of the station, but like by and large he mostly stays there, to the point when you're like, he must actually be like sleeping down there, because he so rarely leaves it.
Okay.
Can we see how many people are on the west wing of the 3rd floor?
You can indeed. You can see that there are currently 3 scientists on the west wing of the 3rd floor.
Okay.
And you get
Are their
like,
names?
their pictures and their sort of like names, none of which particularly jump out to you.
Well, I think that's all we can do with the terminal for now. So I'll instruct the fine gentleman after closing everything we've just looked at that it's ready. It's good to go.
Okay, so the shadow trooper comes back across. He's like, all right, thanks very much. And you see the repair droid, obviously sort of like perhaps being called away to some other like maintenance thing, sort of like zips out of the room. And when I say zip, I mean obviously at the speed I can actually move it on the system. But it basically heads out of the room and sort of like disappears off down the corridor. The shadow trooper sort of thanks you, and he goes back to his computer terminal, sits down and starts like compiling his reports, whatever it is he was doing.
I'll offer him the advice of remember to close some stuff every once in a while.
He's like, oh, was that what it was?
Yeah.
And you chat to him a little bit more than this, and you get the feeling that like he basically understands how to do like 2 things on this computer system, which is type up his report, hit send. That's pretty much his computer knowledge. And he's like, right, yeah, okay, yeah, I'll do that. And you get the feeling he's probably like only vaguely understood what you've told him to do, but he doesn't want to admit that. So he's like, yeah, I'll make sure I disable the apps and shut down the things and that.
Reverse the polarities.
Yeah. He obviously like he's not he probably qualifies as computer literate, but like barely.
Fair play. Leave the room then.
Yeah, no problems.
Well, I'll give him a sort of pass, like when we're passing away from the room. I'll give him a shout. I was like, hey, so if you want, like exercise, buddy, if the shifts link up, like just hit me up and I don't know, we'll go for a.
He's like yeah, sure, yeah, thanks. What's your name?
Oh, Jollet.
He's like Jollet. He's like, right, yeah, thanks, I will do. He's like, it'd be good to have a sparring partner. Go keep in trim.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Don't break it now. I'll point at the console.
He nods. You can't really see his expression under his mask.
Yeah, I'll go away.
Yep. Feel free to move yourself out.
Okay.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to suggest we have a quick 5-minute break, guys. Use the conveniences, refresh your drinks, etc. Then we'll come back in and we shall crack on. So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
No worries.
So what are you thinking in terms of a plan then, Johannes?
It did occur to me that there's not a lot of security personnel here. So I think if it came to it, depending on, of course, we don't know the specs of any of the security stuff down there, but I think like if it came down to it, we would probably be quite okay trying to storm the thing, or the entrance rather, and and or reacting to if the alarm goes off. Probably deal with that, but we don't know what's going on down there, and if the system is self-sustaining, like it's very hard to get an invite to go down. Is what I was thinking there. Because we can't really manufacture anything, especially if the security staff don't go down. So, yeah, it's only the droids. So basically, what that would then be is Tylo like rejigging a droid and driving it down there.
Okay.
Is basically what Tan is thinking. It's like either we knock out all the security people here and then lock in everyone else and then see what we can do about the next level down. Or Tylo takes a droid. And
Okay. So, since we're all back, I'm going to ask Johannes, can you please roll me a d6? Anything but a 1 or a 2 and you're fine. This is just for the general alarm level of your sort of credentials working their way through the system.
The general ambiance of lies. That we...
Indeed. The tapestry of lies.
It's still good.
Yeah, it's still good. Obviously, the sort of processing of data on that low-level technicians who can't go into secure areas anyway isn't really a priority for them.
Yeah, there's a big stack somewhere, and we're at the bottom.
Pretty much. Okay, so we're back in. What do you guys want to do?
So I guess in the corridor, as we leave, we can talk.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah, I would say basically 2 options. Deal with security, contain the area. Option 2, take a droid, drive it down there.
Drive it down there.
I don't know, but I don't. This is. I wouldn't.
Hack it so it does what we need it to do.
Yeah. Send it down. With.
I got you.
Maybe get some intel. I don't know. We don't know what's down there because the Shadow Trooper didn't either.
Okay, well, we better try and find a droid we can hijack.
Right.
As you're saying this again, you hear like a on your comms, and you hear Blom's voice saying, "This is Chief Technician Blom. We've got an issue with the Diplo droid in reception. Anyone in the area?" And then you hear a voice say, "Yeah, it's me, Rezik. Yeah, I'm in the area. Yeah, I'll go and take a look at it. Would you get off your ass, Blom, and go and have a look at it yourself?" And he's like, "Watch it, you. I'm the Chief Technician." And he's like, "Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll sort it out. Don't worry." And the comms break up.
All right, so Tyler, what are we thinking? Repair or Diplo droid?
Repair droid, because the only ones that are going to go down there is going to be the repair droid.
Right. Okay. Let's find one.
Isn't the one
There's one
in here?
Yeah, in the data room.
Yep, there's actually, as you go in there, there's 2 in there now. Like I say, these little small sort of repair droids with like domed heads and like extendable like manipulators and basically like pretty much like tracks that they use to move about on. A couple of the scientists who are at the station sort of like look up when you come in, but you're just technicians walking around doing your thing, so they don't pay any particular mind.
Yeah, we've just come to check on this droid. It's showing a malfunction.
Well, they just sort of nod and carry on doing what they're doing.
Open its access hatch then.
Okay. At this point, can you roll me a d6? Anything but a 1, you're fine. Because obviously it isn't actually faulty.
2.
Ooh.
Okay, so for someone who was lesser skilled in the area of technical stuff than you know that this would have like triggered a system alarm because someone's trying to tamper with the droid, but you're able to like quash that before it happens. Yeah, and you basically sort of like put the droid into like a maintenance cycle so it doesn't send that alert off, and you pop the maintenance hatch open on it. You see all the standard sort of internal workings you'd expect from a droid.
Basically, you have to jury rig it. So, at your discretion, the ability can be used to gain an understanding of technology, such as computers or security systems, and may grant minor bonus when attempting to manipulate such devices.
Okay, that is absolutely fine. I'm happy for you to use the jury rig. So what I'm going to say is, can you make me either an intelligence or a wisdom roll? Now you will be able to reprogram it. That's not an issue because you've got jury rig. However, this is just to see like how much you've managed to sort of bring it under your sway.
Total's 13. It's a failure, by the way.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So you have reprogrammed it. What are you trying to reprogram it to do?
Just report back the information from the 3rd floor. Basically, it's going to go down there, have a scooch about, pretend it's looking for a fault,
Okay.
and then report back that information to me.
Okay, so what I've done as a result of your failure is I've upped the alert by 2 segments, leaving 3 remaining. Now, basically, that's just because it wouldn't normally be like reporting back to a technician to like register a fault. But like say, it's not sent out any sort of out and out like danger, Will Robinson, there's something going on.
High voltage.
Danger, high voltage. So you send this. You're basically telling it to go down to the 3rd floor and sort of Are you basically just telling it like travel around, report back on what you see?
Yeah, it's going to travel around like it's gone mental, basically.
Okay. So it trundles off. Probably half an hour later, it trundles back in, and it tells you that on the 3rd floor, I mean, and it basically shows you like a map because you can like read what its sensors have recorded. There's basically a corridor. There's a small sort of security area beyond that, whether it's one of these KX security droids sort of checking people. Obviously, it didn't check the maintenance droid because it's a maintenance droid. Beyond that, there's a small corridor. It then splits into another one which heads to the west wing, where there is a medical bay with a number of scientists working on some very ill people, trying to sort of find cures for them. There's a couple of these KX security droids in there, just as like additional security. Then there is the east wing, where there are 2 chambers. There is the first, where there is a number of like medical/scientific computer terminals. There are 5 M21B medical droids working in there on the terminals. There are 4 KX security droids in there. Beyond that is another corridor with an XK droid in there. And beyond that is a further medical bay where Calgar Moran is located. There are a number of medical droids in there, 2 of them, and there are also 2 of these XK droids in there. These sort of like experimental, like Dominion only droids. There are also, you're told, in both of these chambers, the medical and the scientific bay, there are a number of cryogenic chambers in there, or sort of like med bays, medical beds that have sort of like various ill people in them. Although because it's not a medical droid, it doesn't give you much detail on them. It's just like there are some people in there in beds, because obviously it doesn't really have medical scanners.
Okay. So,
Do we have any idea, John, of how strong the XKs and the KX are?
Make me an intelligence roll, or you can use wisdom if you prefer, and let me know if you succeed.
I do not.
Okay. You know that even with that, 'cause some of this will be publicly available information, you know that the KX security droids, as I say, are a standard commercial model. They normally have like built-in laser rifles. They have like a bit of self-repair. They're not particularly durable, although they do have some small amount of armament on there. But like if you can get past the armor, they're not particularly durable. You don't really know about the XK droids because they're like an upgraded sort of like Dominion special droid that was sort of like partially modelled on the KX, but obviously the details of that aren't available publicly.
Okay, and so just 3 XKs and several KXs down there.
That's correct, yeah.
So I think the plan then is to send this droid here back down there
Okay.
and sabotage their life support system.
Okay, that's going to be a pretty difficult task to get for this droid to get away with. Obviously, you can program it to do it. That's not a problem. It's whether it can get away with it, and what that'll come down to is I'll effectively get you to make either an intelligence or a wisdom check, and that'll be sort of represent how far into that plan the droid got before it got spotted.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's all I can come up with at the moment. I'm not a fighter.
Obviously, feel free to discuss this amongst yourselves if it's something you want to do.
John, is it reasonable to assume that there's no metal detectors and that we might have gotten pistols and grenades and stuff in? Or do we think that we have no weapons at all?
Roll me a d6. Since this wasn't decided initially, I'll say 1 to 3. You've not got any weapons for. So yeah, you've not got any weapons.
Okay.
Option 2 is we hit this place with missiles from orbit.
I will say, however, you do have one weapon, and that is if you've chosen to take it, Tan, you can have your Star Sword, because that's not configured like a normal weapon, so it wouldn't show on standard scans.
Guess I would. Yeah.
Because
if you are aware of
to a
this.
normal scan, that's like it's a small metal tube with a crystal in it. Because it doesn't register as like a standard laser weapon. So that is the only weapon you've got between yourselves.
Yeah.
You don't have any these are not the droids you're looking for skills, do you?
Sorry, let me reference my manual here that I got from my tutor, Ken Benobi. Just a moment.
I'm going to laugh now if Johannes checks it. It's like, oh yeah, I've got charm person. You just be like,
Yeah, I mean, there's some things like that there, but I don't recall if I have access to them right now. Okay, PDF, please. Leave it to Adobe to. Okay. So we are in. There we go. Meditations. So yeah, indeed. One doth have some access to these. So yeah, I suppose I could. As we're talking, I could try and sway someone. Now, who would that be? What's the? Because that is not the plan. That's one link in a plan.
Or we could overload the generator.
One thing that we could do is try and do something to the solar panels Now they will have a battery, so it won't be, I suppose, immediate. And they do have a generator.
Yeah, the only thing about it is that there's only 2 scientists in this room that we're in. And if something was to happen to them, and if the droid got incorrect information, it might overload the system.
Well, it'll overload. We could overload the solar panels, and then the generator down there kicks in.
Yeah.
You expect from what you've heard, and obviously the information you've got, Tylo, that between the being a problem with the solar power plant and the generator kicking in, there would be like a very momentary sort of like power fluctuation, but it would only be sort of like a very short period of time before the generator like kicked in.
Well, we're talking minutes or seconds, like.
You're talking like a couple of minutes.
So you've got maybe 2-minute access window. I can't tell you if everything down there is going to be powered up. So
Yeah. But the droids are all self-powered, right? So
yeah.
Um,
So we're not really knocking them out. We're just creating a gauntlet.
do we know where the backup generator is? Is it on the 3rd floor?
All you've been told is that it's deep underground. You don't have any further details on the location.
Okay. This is going to sound a bit like a serial killer-esque, but we could also systematically, room by room, just wipe people out.
Yeah, and there's very few security personnel here.
Yeah.
And I'll, I was like, excuse me, as the science
problem is,
walks
though,
by as we talk about killing everyone.
As we're doing that, I can guarantee those security droids from down there are going to start coming up here to deal with the problem.
Could be.
Not if it was done quietly, though.
Could be they're lashed to whatever the system down there is. The Shadow Trooper says that no one's going down there, and they are basically useless. Their only function is to check the door when, the few scientists who can go down do so. So no one's, like, very few people are going down. The security doesn't. It's as self-contained as they could make it. And I'm not sure if the droids down there who handle the security are there for the explicit purpose to basically provide security to, I guess, the head researcher. I don't know if they would go wandering about, even if there's a general alert. It might be that they're for him, not for the base.
Suddenly
on
your comms, you hear a yeah, I've sorted out the Diplo droid in reception area. Damn thing blew a fuse again in its memory banks. So sorted now. Reporting back to base. Then you hear Blom go, yeah, all right, nice one.
We better come up with something quick, guys, because we're going to run out of time.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And at this point, Johannes, can you roll me a d6? Anything but a 1, 2, or 3, you're fine.
That's half the die, John.
Oh.
Hey,
okay.
Scale.
You're fine. You've moved slightly further up that heap, but you're still pretty low down.
What weapons do the security guards have on them?
So did you say what weapons have they got on them?
The guards, yeah.
The Shadow Troopers had laser rifles. And you would assume the Dominion Troopers, the D Troopers, are likewise armed. That's pretty much standard Dominion armament for troops.
Right, so we need to take out at least 3 guards to get weapons. Unless they're going to hand them over willingly. I doubt it very much.
I could try and get one. Now, again, I stress this. I could try and influence one of these people here, but that's not the whole plan. I can't... What the big problem there is as well, there's 2 Shadow Troopers.
Yeah.
Opposite sides. That's not good.
No, but if we had 2 laser rifles, and you could try and coerce one, and we could try and...
I love the fact we've got Balan basically going, if you could just like persuade these people and we could get to laser rifles, then we could systematically kill everyone on the base.
Right, so
I actually think the original idea with the droid going down and damaging something down there that would cause a call for technicians to go down there is probably their best bet.
yeah, human technicians, the damage has to be significant enough that the droids can't do it.
Yeah.
Oh, we can try.
Yeah. And look, if that fails, there's always,
There's always Operation
trial
Slaughter.
serial killer. Yeah.
So I will position myself. We have to establish this, guys. So there's a sequence of clicks that we establish for we're going loud. And a sequence of clicks that indicates that still good. So
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask you to do, guys, since you seem to be enacting your sort of droid plan, is can you all like move yourself to where you're going to be at the start of this plan, like when the droid's sent off?
yeah, this is exactly why I wanted to have the codes, because I will be positioning myself ready to.
Well, I'm with the droid, so
I'm gonna go back down. Oh, okay. The escalator, John, is not taking me back down. Oh, there we go.
Okay, so you're heading back up to the top floor, Tam, by the security booth.
Yep. So I'll so sorry, John. The entrance here, is that the airlock to the outside, or?
Yeah, it's an airlock to outside. Yeah.
So there's suits out here.
Yes.
I suppose. Yeah.
Basically, although it's not on the map, there's like a locker on the wall.
Yep. Yep.
That has like
So
back suits.
I'll go there, and start checking out a vac suit.
Yeah, no problems. You've got access to do that. You're a technician.
Yeah.
They
So
obviously do
I'll
maintenance on the outside as well. So
yeah, I'll prepare one to be able to throw it on if necessary.
okay, no problems. Okay, and we've got Balan in the corridor on the second floor with the D Trooper.
Yeah, so I guess I'm tapping away at some screen or something, looking busy.
That's fine. And obviously we've got Tylo still in the sort of solar control room, presumably ready to reprogram the droid.
yeah.
Okay, not a problem. So once you've reprogrammed this droid, 'cause obviously you've still got access to the same droid you used originally,
Yep.
what do you actually want it to do in terms of like damage when it gets onto the third floor?
It's got to be an important system downstairs
Okay.
to warrant human interference. So it can either attack the computer mainframe down there,
Okay.
but I assume that'll be more guarded than life support. So it's going to have to attack the life support by... I mean, it's got various arms and cutting devices, I would imagine.
Yes, it has, yeah.
So I'm going to program it to basically go berserk on the life support system with every cutting device it has, as though it has properly malfunctioned, and then it's basically going to terminate itself.
Okay, now if you wanted to, because obviously they have an internal power system, as you correctly surmised earlier, you could basically like rig its internal power system to like overload. It wouldn't cause a massive explosion, but it would explode.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, no problems. So you program it to do that. So make me an intelligence or a wisdom check, your choice, to determine sort of how successful it is. Oh, very successful. Okay, so the droid you've been reprogramming trundles off. It leaves the room. So
I'll then start moving towards Balan.
Okay. Now, obviously, you know there's a west and there's an east wing. Which wing have you sort of programmed it to go into?
Well, life support's not in the wing with the doctors in it or the meds, so I'll go for the east.
Okay, no problems. So, you wait for approximately half an hour, and then you do actually like feel a slight vibration through the floor if you're on the second floor, and a few moments later there's like a confused sort of like number of sort of calls that go out on the sort of like public comms network that you guys are hooked into, and you recognize the modulated voice. It's obviously a security droid that's making most of these reports, or a number of security droids. You can't really tell them apart because they all have the same voice, and they're basically describing that a faulty maintenance droid has overloaded in the first chamber of the east wing on the third floor. It's destroyed a number of the medical droids there and the other repair droid. They're requesting sort of urgent assistance. At which point there's a lot of sort of like shouting from the various technicians, and you hear like Blom going, "Yeah, we've got a situation down on the third floor. Anyone in the area?"
I'm on second.
He's like, right, I've put in a priority access call to get us access there. He's like, get yourself down to the third floor. Assess the job initially only. If it's in the east wing, first chamber. Sounds like a maintenance droid's overloaded and done some damage down there. Like I say, assess the situation first and report in to me. If you need help, call for it. Security droid should let you past. I've put in a call for maintenance access.
On the way, boss.
So I'll call in that I'll go in as well, that I'm in the area too.
Okay, no problems. Feel free to head yourself down to the third floor. Okay, so Tylo and Balan, you've headed down to the third floor. At the end of the corridor, you can see like a door which opens because obviously an access request has been put in. In the chamber beyond that is a KX security droid. It, in a very sort of robotic voice, it's like, please present security passes.
I nick my pass.
Okay, maybe a D6 roll.
One.
Okay, so that adds a couple of ticks to the old clock. You're one away from the alarm being raised. So eventually it does accept your security pass, and you think you've been lucky. It's literally only accepted these because Blom's obviously put the call in. There's a couple of technicians on the way. Otherwise, you get the idea it would have just been like, access denied. But it sort of says passes projected, accepted, priority override. Continue down the corridor straight ahead. Head into the first chamber of the east wing. Do not pass beyond the first chamber, or you will be within breach of security protocols. And like the two doors, like ahead, like. So while this is going on, what's Tan up to?
Well, I'm coming to the window there, and
Yep. There's
giving them a look inside.
there's two D troopers in there.
Yeah.
One of them sort of sat looking at like a data tab on a chair in the corner. They're obviously taking it in turns to like be stood at the window. It's a pretty boring job. One of them sort of stood there, his like rifles like propped up on the wall next to me. He looks thoroughly disinterested, but he's got to be here. He's on the clock.
Yeah.
He's not even wearing his helmet. It's like on the sort of desk next to him.
So whatever's going on doesn't seem to have kicked these guys into action. So I'm satisfied with that, and I'll continue to keep an eye on what's going on.
You can see they've got like comms on like you. They've probably heard the call. Something's gone on the third floor. Oh, there's some technicians on the way. They're just like, well, that's nothing we need to worry about them.
Yep. No, I'll keep watch.
Okay. No problems.
Having my, entirely not dubious metal tube with the crystal inside on the ready.
I understand. Okay, so back to Balan and Tylo. As you move into the corridor beyond, again, the door sort of in front of you hisses open. And beyond there, you can see a corridor heading to the west and east, respectively. You can see the door heading to to both wings has like a swipey on it.
Okay. And it's the east wing is the one that's damaged, right?
That's correct. Yeah, the first chamber of the east wing.
Okay.
Okay, you head over to the door. It hisses open. Obviously, this priority override's been put in, so you don't even have to swipe your card. And as you head into the chamber beyond, you can see there are 4 of these KX standard model security droids. In the centre of the room is like a charred, partially melted mess of the droid that you sent down here, and there's a couple of like M21B med droids who've also been caught in the explosion, who are sort of like lying in bits next to it, and there's a couple of scorched computer terminals. There are 3 remaining med droids working at like computer who have not reacted to it. They've just carried on like working on these terminals.
Okay.
As you walk in, the security droids are like, please present security pass.
So I'll just flash my badge.
Okay, roll me a d6.
Three.
Okay. And that fills in the last segment of the alarm. So, as you present it, there's like a and your security pass is not accepted. And throughout the base, you hear like an alarm ringing, and a sort of computerized voice is like, warning, unauthorized people on base. Warning, unauthorized people on base. All security personnel on alert. All security personnel on alert. And obviously, I'm going to sort of like scooch the 2 of you back, because you will be stood sort of between these droids. They've obviously checked your passes, and they're like, access denied. Please leave the area immediately. You're in breach of security protocol, and they list out a really long number. If you're speaking, Dave, I can't hear you.
Start backing towards the door then.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, you can see they've got like internal like laser rifles, but they're not immediately like access denied. Pew 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 pew. So they're like, leave the area immediately, and you're like, all right, I'm leaving. They're fine. Yeah. They're like, you're doing what we told you to. Fine. Obviously, Tan, the alarm going off throughout the base, which seems to be sort of like continuously sort of like ringing in the distance. You see like the 2 like D troopers, like the one you were like near, starts putting his helmet on, reaching down for his rifle. The other one like sort of throws down his data tab, like starts picking up his like laser rifle.
Yeah, I'm in the corridor, sort of looking at a helmet from one of the suits, as if I'm just minding my own business.
Yeah, you can basically see them sort of, for all intents and purposes, like getting ready to like rock and or roll. They come walking out of the sort of security booth that they're in, and they're obviously planning to sort of like head to the lower floor.
Well, I suppose we needed a third signal, guys, which would be basically a trigger for the other two, right? Like query. So let's say the query is like this one sequence, which Tan will now be putting out. So there's the proper sequence of clicking on the comms for like, what up?
What up, dog?
Then the answer is like loud or quiet.
Okay, so as we say, you've established this like system of communication. So what is it you're trying to convey to your cohorts?
Just asking, basically like option 1 or option 2. So like 3 codes. One is asking which one are we doing. There's loud and quiet. So I'm trying to ask like what is going on down there? Do we need to throw down?
I think we'll go with quiet for a second. I'm going to get on my comm device to our boss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go for Blom.
Yeah, I think there must have been more damage than we thought down here because my security pass has just activated the alarm. I don't understand it.
Okay, make me a charisma roll.
Watch this go well.
Yeah, that's a fail.
Okay, he's like, yeah, we seem to be having some problem with the system. Your credentials haven't passed the mandatory security checks. I'm sure it's just a system error, but I'm going to need you guys to report back to the technicians bay, and then we'll put in a call to head office, and I'm sure we can get this sorted out straight away.
Okay, we're backing out real slow because these droids don't look happy.
He's like, yeah, don't worry. As long as you follow their instructions, you'll be fine. He's like, get back to the security office, and we'll try and sort this out as quickly as possible.
No,
I'm sure it's just a clerical error. And then he signs off.
Right, and turn my comm off again.
Okay.
Balan, that security droid or some security droids are going to come looking for us very shortly. So I think we need some laser rifles at this point.
We do.
So I suggest we back off to the stairwell and tell Tarn to go loud.
Wait, sorry?
I'm going to say I'm loving the code words, guys.
Now, okay. So we just go back up and
we go up the floor and we get some weapons, and then we're going to have to shoot our way into that place.
Okay.
Okay. So you give the clicks for like let's throw down.
Well, I guess we want to
drop the bomb.
As soon as we get to the second floor stairwell, we're going to tell you to go loud, basically.
Right. Okay. So I'll be shadowing these security guys, I guess.
Okay.
John.
Yep, you can see they both appear to be heading towards the stairwell on the first floor.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, look, trooper.
Okay, so yeah, as you guys on the third floor, as you head through the chamber with the security droid in to head towards the stairwell, as you head through it to like, this level is on security lockdown. Please leave the area immediately. You'll be in breach of security protocol. Blah 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 blah. And you guys are like, yeah, we're going, and it's fine. It lets you go. And you head up the stairwell. You can see that there are the two of the shadow troopers are sort of like heading towards the stairway down, basically.
Okay, so I guess I just want to walk past them.
Yeah, there's been nothing that specifically that's like flagged your identity. So, and obviously they would have heard that technicians are needed on level 3. So they're like, oh, there's been a lockdown. These technicians have left level 3. That's what we'd expect.
Okay.
In fact, as you walk past this shadow trooper, he looks at you, Balan, and he's like, keep your wits sharp about you. There's unauthorized people on the base.
Absolutely. A1 on it.
Okay, so Tan shadowing these two D troopers. You see them start heading down the stairway to the second floor.
Yep.
And they continue walking through the sort of central area. Obviously through the open doors, Tylo, you can now sort of see them walking down the main corridor.
Yep. Get out of the way.
They stop and check in with the D trooper who's on sort of patrol there, and they're like, situation update. And he's like, everything quiet here so far, holding position as per standard protocol. The two S troopers are heading down to level 3 to check it out. He's like, good, radio ahead that we'll hold their position at the top of the stairwell, and they can call on us if they require radio backup. He's like, will do, and he starts like radioing that through. And then these two troopers continue walking down the corridor past their fellows. And they sort of take up position at the top of the stairwell.
Make it quick, Tom.
Okay, so as we pass, am I given instructions to like, oh, you need to kill these people?
Yes.
Well, let's wait for the S troopers to go down, and then yeah.
And go down they do. Okay, so what's the plan? There's where you are now, Tan. There's a D trooper sort of like behind you in the corridor, well, a couple of D troopers, and there's the two up in front of you who are sort of like guarding the door to the stairs down to the third level.
Right. So if you gave me like explicit nod to like, oh yeah, we're doing this. So as I go, I'll slap this door closed behind me.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. You press the button and it's like, shh.
It doesn't have the scanner on it, but what I need is no visual contact. So
that's fine.
I'll
obviously, like I say, I've not put an actual door there on the map, but for all intents and purposes, it is now closed, so people beyond won't be able to like see anything.
Yeah, and then I'll just
you walk over to the two troopers, and they're like, the one who you were sort of like talking to earlier is like, sorry, we can't let you beyond. The third level's on lockdown. He's like, tell me, have you seen anyone suspicious about the area?
Well, not really, no. But yeah, I got a call from the boss. I'm here to, if you guys need to get into the terminals or anything, I'm here for that. So
he's like, oh great. If you want to go and wait in one of the offices, and he points at the two rooms on either side. Once this emergency is dealt with, we'll get around to that.
Yeah. So I'll go here.
Yep.
And I'll leave the door open.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take a minute and I'll like open the terminal, or just because I'm not going to scan my thing, but I'll like make sure that there's no screensaver on.
Yeah,
and
that's fine.
I'll
you notice they have like the terminals have been logged out.
Yeah. So I'll stand before it as if I'm like working on it, and it's like, do they have serial numbers on their, like, is there any identification on their armor?
they do have like serial numbers on the armor, yeah.
So I'll have memorized this guy's number, and I'll just yell it out like, hey, FS 653, there's I think there's something, you said there's unauthorized people here, right?
Is that that's right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's something on the recording here.
Okay, you hear him say presumably to the other D trooper, he's like, give me a second, I'll go and look at this, I'll be right back. And he like walks into the room.
Yeah. So I'll just be stood there because I'm wide. So I'll just like block the terminal as long as I can. It's like, yeah, just take a look. There's the.
He sort of leans around you and he's like, I don't understand what you're saying. It's still on the login screen.
I'll just switch on my lightsaber into his abdomen. Just...
That's fine. Make your attack roll.
Oh, this is gonna go well, isn't it? I forget. Is there any kind of surprise?
I will give you a +2 bonus to your attack roll because he's really not expecting the technician to suddenly pull out a star sword and like
be a Jedi.
Yeah.
So, shit. This is why I'm not a rogue.
Okay, so as you pull out your star sword, obviously when you activate it, it does give out like a telltale like hum as the star sword blade activates, and he hears that, and he sort of like leaps backwards, so as you swish it where he was standing. You see him sort of like he's going for his laser pistol because like the D troopers don't have rifles, they only have laser pistols, and he starts to like pull it out. But because that was your surprise action, you still potentially get another action. So I'm going to ask, can you roll a D6 for your initiative, and I will do likewise for him. So if you're lucky, you might still get to go before him.
1.
So probably not, unless I also get a 1. No, you don't. So he's going to fire his laser pistol at you.
Guys, you can just blame it on me, right? He was a lone swordsman.
So I'm assuming 16 hits.
I presume that does hit, yes.
Okay, so he fires his laser pistol. It causes you 6 hit points of damage.
Would I have healed on the way?
Yeah, you'll all be on full hit points.
Yeah.
Because you had plenty of time.
Great. Fantastic.
So yeah, this laser bolt like hits you in the side, causing you 6 points of damage.
Would we have heard that going off?
No, not from where you are.
Okay.
Because like, the door's been shut behind him. I've just not bothered shutting it for ease.
Okay, cool.
Although I'll tell you what, actually, both of you, Tylo and Balan, roll me a d6. If you get a 1, you've heard it.
Oh,
1.
Okay, so Balan, you have heard it. However, I'm also going to roll a d6 for the D troopers who are outside. Again, if they get a 1, they've heard it. No, they haven't heard it. So Balan's the only one who's heard like the from behind the door. But you're like a military person. You're like that's a laser pistol. I know that was.
So he shot me. I'm gonna give him another swing.
Go for it.
Of the old sword here.
Oh, nice. Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is easily enough to like dispatch this D trooper. So describe how you take him out.
Well, because I turned the thing on, and I guess it's just not in the right angle because it should have hit, but there's fate at play. So I turn it on, and it just like goes like below his arm.
Yeah.
The first one, and he steps back. The fastest gun in the Galactic West.
Shooting from the hip.
The pistol, and I'll twirl the blade around, and it just goes through his arm and into his midsection, and he goes into shock.
Yeah, you see his legs buckle and he crumples to the floor, and you see like a sort of obviously there's no pool of blood because it like cauterizes the wound, but you can see like as from where it's cut through the arm that you basically like carved into like his chest.
Yep. I will rifle his body for anything.
Okay, that is not a problem. Obviously, he's wearing his like D Trooper armor, which is now more than slightly compromised because you've like carved into it with a star sword.
Burned it with plasma.
Yeah, the only thing he has really an importance on him is obviously he's got his ID card and he's got a laser pistol.
Yeah, get both of those.
Yeah, not a problem.
John, while that was going on, can I have jumped my guy?
Yeah, no problem. Obviously, you will get a +2 to surprise, but obviously you're unarmed, so you're only going to be doing like D4 damage.
Now, here's the question: are they 1 hit dice, bad guys?
Well, I believe so, but let me just check to confirm. They are indeed 1 hit dice, bad guys.
Okay. Okay. So, what's their AC?
Their AC is 16.
16. Okay, so if I think that's
Plus
at
two,
least
so
two
two hits,
hits.
I guess. Yeah.
But my base. So I'm +2 normally. Okay, so 2 hits.
Okay, roll 2d4.
Ooh, 8.
Okay, yeah, you can take. Are you planning to kill this guy, knock him out? What?
I wanted to kill him, but not damage his uniform. So like 2 to the face kind of thing.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. You basically like punch it. You suddenly like spring into action, smack him full bore in the face, and as he's sort of like reeling backwards, you grab him and like, and
Nice.
you feel him sort of go limp in your hands. Obviously, you've now got access to a laser pistol, and his like suit of armor is not it's damaged a bit at the neck, but not in a way that would be like noticeable.
Yeah. Okay.
So he is brown bread. Now, unfortunately for you, Tylo, the D trooper who stood at the door, the open door, where you are, sort of looking into the corridor where this is occurring, has obviously like seen this going down. Obviously, doesn't know you're an immediate threat, but he's just seen Balan like. so he knows Balan's a threat, and you see him basically like going for his like laser pistol to like aim it at Balan. You've got like a few moments to act. What do you do?
The problem with pilots is they're not really built for fighting outside of a ship.
Yeah.
If he's going to go for his gun, obviously I'm going to push the gun away. I don't think I'm really going to hurt him, to be honest.
Okay, so make me. How are you? Are you literally just trying to like wrestle the gun like, away from like spoil his aim or whatever?
Yeah, it's going to spoil his aim.
Okay, make me a strength roll.
Ooh, nice.
Okay, yep. So he draws his gun. Balan, you hear like the of a laser pistol, but as he's just sort of squeezing the trigger, you like knock his arm out the way, Tylo, and the laser blast like goes into the wall. Obviously, he sort of like turns round, sort of like raising the gun to like point it at you because you've just done that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's enough time for Balan to come and sort of string his neck as well.
Okay, so first of all, Tan, what are you doing?
Something I honestly should have done before. But
Okay.
this is, I guess, the first time we're doing Spec Ops missions. So, I will still my mind for a moment, and I
Nice.
will activate a meditation as instructed by my glorious master. It's going to be the protective meditation.
Okay, and what
which-
does that do?
It gives all enemies -1 to hit, and I get +1 to saving throws to resist any abilities that are capable of being resisted.
Nice. So if I do something with an attack against you, remind me they've got a minus.
Yeah, it's -1. Yep.
Okay.
So I'll do that, and then. Oh, fuck.
Obviously, you know that there's obviously the door's shut where you are. You know that there's this D trooper in the corridor outside. You're like, he was like, I'll be back in a minute, mate. I'm just going to go and check this. Not going to get killed by someone with a star sword. Back in a minute. Obviously, you know if you wait too long, that guy's going to be like,
Yeah.
oh, what's taking so long?
Yeah. So if I can throw some, like, fold my clothes a bit over where I got shot,
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll do that. I'll open the door, step outside, and just give him the up nod and like lift my toolkit.
He's like, everything sorted.
Oh yeah, there's something on the cameras there that you haven't heard about it on the comms yet because we couldn't decide if it was an actual person that, you know, the footage was of, but you know.
He's like, all right.
F as whatever the serial number that I made up was.
Yeah.
Is their sorting it out. We're thinking it could possibly be one of these. You know those large, scaly folk?
Is that what the clay's on?
Yeah, but like a smaller one.
So that's
Like,
weird. I've never heard of anything like that.
Like a. Well, just let's take a look. Let's see what because I've been around some Clazon, and I'm sure the face is like a Clazon, but it looks smaller, a thinner kind of.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Let's check it out. It's like you say, and presumably, are you trying to get him into the room
Yeah,
with the computer?
Trying to get him into the doorway so that I can hit him in the back.
You walk him towards the doorway, being like, "I'll go and check it out with your mate on the computer terminal." Obviously, when the door opens and he sees like his mate lying dead on the floor, he's like, "What the fuck?" And obviously, he starts like in that dramatic slow motion, starts going for his like laser pistol. Obviously, you're ready for this because you knew what was going to happen. So what
Okay, I will try and ignite the Star Sword, and I'll try and lop his head off.
Go for it.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a and he stands there for a few moments, like unmoving. Then his head just goes, hits the ground and goes like ding, 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 and rolls away. Then his body just like pitches forward, and for a few moments the door's like on his body.
Star Sword goes away. I will fetch the head, drag the body inside.
That is absolutely fine. So
Armed kill covered.
move him inside, and I will mark him as dead.
I'll start getting him out of the armor.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Again, let's say that the sort of neck seal is like compromised. Normally these sort of work as vac suits as well. This won't for obvious reasons. But like, unless you're examining the neck part of it, you wouldn't immediately look at it and be like, "There's something wrong with that suit of armor." Yeah, so it's going to take you a few minutes to like sort of strip him out of the armor. Although the helmet's a lot easier to empty.
Yeah. So I'll be doing that. You guys have your whole situation.
Okay, so since you're wearing that armor, your AC will now be 16. So you can alter that. You can alter that on your character sheet. Okay, so we jump back to the situation outside. Obviously, we've got Tylo's just push this gun aside. The trooper's like turning around. Since we're effectively in initiative, Tylo and Balan, can you roll me a d6? I will likewise roll for the guy, and we'll see who gets to go first. Basically,
Oh, terrible.
mine was also terrible. So it's you going first, Tyler.
Woohoo!
As this trooper's like turning around to like point his laser pistol at you, and you can see like Balan's like charging down the corridor, but you're like, he's not going to get here before that guy like shoots me.
Yeah, so my objective then is to just try and like hold the gun, film style, where the gun's waving everywhere.
So what I'm going to effectively represent this as is when and if this guy attacks you, which he will, you will get a +2 bonus to your AC temporarily because you're like spoiling it.
Okay.
Obviously, you don't need to put it on your character sheet, but just remember it. So now, effectively, Balan and this trooper are going simultaneously. So I'm going to roll for his attack first against Tylo, but it's actually happening simultaneously with what Balan's going to do. So I'm going to make a laser pistol attack. Tylo, you're effectively on an armor class of 13 at the moment because of the modifier.
Yep.
Yeah, he tries to shoot at you, but actually he's like trying to wrestle with you, and you're like moving the gun. There's a couple of shots, but they go like over your shoulder as you're like.
Yeah.
At which point, Balan, you get level with them. You can see him tussling over this laser pistol. He's squeezing the trigger, but he's not managed to hit Tylo with it.
Okay, and then I would like to lay into him.
Okay.
And
He's got AC 16.
Okay, so I don't manage to hit him with any of those 4 attacks.
Okay, so basically what happens is you're like, Tylo, you're like wrestling with the gun and you're like, oh, Balan's here, it's going to be fine. And then basically it breaks out into sort of like a wrestling three-way with all three of you like struggling over this gun. He's trying to bring it to bear, you're trying to stop him. And this whole like tussle's sort of broken out. Now, I'm going to ask, Tylo, can you please roll me a d6? Because obviously this is a fairly noisy affair with like three of you like wrestling back and forwards in a corridor.
4.
Luckily for you guys, like no one in the adjacent chambers appears to have like heard it over the noise of the alarms going off. Because you know there's at least one D trooper like on the public access terminals. So if he hears it, presumably he's going to like gun up and come out as well. But luckily they don't seem to have heard it due to the alarms. Okay, we're going to jump back to Tan for a few moments. You've got togged up, you're in the D trooper armor.
Yeah, I'll get the other pistol as well, and the card. So
That's fun.
so I'll get those, and I'll enter the corridor.
Okay, as you enter the corridor, you can see one D trooper sort of dead halfway down the corridor. His like head's twisted round, so it's like facing backwards, and he's like lying against the wall. At the far end of the corridor, you can see like this three-way sort of like tug of war between Balan, Tylo, and this D trooper. They're all sort of like wrestling over this like one last pistol.
So, so if I think I can make it there, so I'll start jogging forward as I see this, and
Okay, so Balan and Tylo, you see another like Dominion trooper like running up.
Oh God.
but I'm as I'm running, I've got 2 pistols in my one hand, and it's like I'm basically holding them as just like I'm carrying them. I don't have my finger on the trigger, and I'm running forward, and
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to say, Balan and Tylo, can you both roll me a d6? If you get a 1 or a 2, you realise it's Tan, because of like how he's holding the...
I didn't. No, 6.
No, right.
no.
Okay, so all three of you guys, you're too intent with trying to wrestle this gun. So you quickly glanced over, you've just seen like another Dominion armoured troop running up. So you've not sort of seen the weapons and realised that it must be Tan, because he's just like holding them like he doesn't know how to use a gun. But you still get to do the rest of your action, Tan. You've like ran up.
Yep. And I think I'm not gonna bust the Star Sword out in this. Okay, what do we have? So basically, it's gonna be just pummeling the dude.
You just
I guess.
punching him.
Yeah, just trying to get him, either just like knock him out or get the pistol from him. So
Okay, yep. So make an attack roll. Obviously, they're AC 16.
Right, so I don't have an unarmed attack, so I'm just gonna make a D20.
Yeah, that's right.
And my attack bonus is 1. Now, is there a bonus in the play because he thinks I'm with him?
I will give
Or
you
does he
I'll
realise
give
that?
you a +2 bonus to this one roll only. So obviously,
Yeah.
once you've hit him, he'll realise you're not on the same team.
Yeah, then he's probably like, oh no. So that in total, that's so that's 14.
Okay, so this other Dominion trooper comes running in and like goes to like smack the one that you're wrestling with round the side of the face. So you're pretty sure it's probably Tan now. But he just like catches him a bit on the helmet, but because you're like bare knuckle, it doesn't really do any damage to him. You sort of scrape a bit of the skin off your knuckles.
Yeah, I presume. Do they have gauntlets on the armor?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, was mashing him in the faceplate of his helmet with my gauntlets.
Indeed. So we now go to Tylo.
Sorry. I'm trying to figure out where my modifiers come from. 16 is +2. Is that correct?
Yeah.
16 is +2, yeah.
Right. So yeah, I entirely forgot because the calculation here doesn't include the stat modifiers.
Yeah.
So is 16 a hit on these guys?
16 is a hit.
16 is a hit.
So
Okay.
you can roll me a d4.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
Entirely
That's
forgot about
absolutely
that.
fine.
One whole damage. guys.
Okay, so you have actually sort of like caught him a very glancing blow, but it's like not enough to like sort of seriously damage him. But it does sort of like stagger him back a bit, although not really enough to affect the combat. Then we go on to Tylo.
I'm going to continue wrestling with this gun because I do not want to be shot.
Okay, no problem. If you're carrying on wrestling, he will continue to have the penalty.
Yeah.
Well, you'll continue to have like you'll all count as like AC +2 basically while you're sort of wrestling with him. Okay, so now we're going to go. Obviously, him and Balan are going simultaneously. So I'm going to do his roll first, and since like there's 3 targets, all of which are sort of trying to like do him over, I'm going to roll randomly. I'm going to roll a d6. If I get 1, 2, it's Tylo. 3 to 4, it's Tan. 5 to 6, it's Balan. Okay, it's Balan. So let me just roll his laser pistol. Obviously, you get +2 AC because he's being wrestled with. Okay, he's definitely hit with a 21. Okay.
Yes, he has.
So you take 5 hit points of damage, as despite all the wrestling and grappling that's going on, he manages to snap off a laser pistol shot that like hits you in the shoulder. However, you now get to act sort of simultaneously with this.
Okay. So that's only one. Pretty terrible. 3 points of damage.
Okay, so between yourself and Tan sort of hitting him, he's like sorely hurting. He's like nearly down, but he's like, man, his military training's kicking in. He's just managing to keep going.
Who is this guy? Chuck Norris?
That's it, man. But underneath his beard, there's only another fist. Okay, so we go on to the next round. So it'll be Tan first. You see this guy sort of staggering a bit, and he's moving a bit sort of like almost drunkenly as he's like getting assaulted from all sides and smacked in the face and wrestled, and he's like,
Yeah. We're just doubling down
yeah.
on the beat down. So here goes. The D20. That's not going to be a hit, so.
Okay, so yeah, a swing and a miss, unfortunately. Tylo.
Yeah, I'm still wrestling.
Okay, no problems. Then we're going to go for him and Balan. So I'm going to do his again. I'll do the same sort of D6 roll because he's just firing wild. He's not like picking a target. Okay, so that's Balan again. Obviously, you're still on the +2 AC. And that is not enough to hit you because you've got the +2 modifier. So he does snap off a shot, and you're like, oh, that would have got me banged to rights. But like Tylo's like pulling his arm out the way and stuff like that. So the shot hits the ceiling instead. At which point you get to act sort of simultaneously with that.
Okay, finally, 4 hits.
Okay, he's only got 1 hit point left, so you don't need to roll for damage.
Okay, I
So-
got anyway.
That's fine if you want to know exactly how much you pummel him into oblivion. Yeah, he is done.
The pace.
So basically, obviously angered by the damage he's just taken, Balan just goes like full fists of fury on him and just like pummels him into the ground beneath a series of like mighty blows. You know, like the sound of like Balan's fist just like off the side of this guy's armor. Like Balan's probably like taking the skin off his knuckles, but he doesn't seem to care. He just like beats this guy mercilessly into the ground. It just like collapses under this. He's like trying to cover himself, but he just goes down under this hail of blows. Do you want to kill him or just knock him out?
Well, I killed the last one, so I might as well just kill this one.
Yeah, no problems. As he sort of crumples down to the floor, sort of like unconscious, Balan pretty much just like stamps on his neck. And there's like a...
And then I want to, as quickly as possible, pick up the body and bring it back down towards where I know Tan's killed.
At which point, roll me a d6 to see if anyone's heard this loud, savage exchange.
5.
Luckily for you guys, with the sound of this like alarm going, like still no one seems to have heard this sort of incredibly loud combat that's sort of
The
going
screams are in sync with the whomp, whomp.
Indeed. So, where do you want to drag the body to?
Wherever down
To the
here
murder
where
closet.
Tan has the others.
Yeah. I'll pick the other one up as we go.
Okay. So move him into there.
And Tylo, I'll give you pistols enough for you to have 2, and then we have 1 for Balan as well.
Okay, so you've all got a laser pistol. Do you guys have laser pistols on your sheets, or do you need me to add them?
I've got a
I
laser
do anyway.
rifle, but not a pistol.
Okay.
I think I have a pistol.
In which case,
Yeah, I've got a pistol, yeah.
give me a second, Tylo, and I'll add one to your sheet.
So my proposal is we all have 1 pistol, but Tyler has 2. Because I know that Balan can, if necessary, also get into melee a little bit. But I think Tyler's probably a better shot than.
Yeah,
You know.
that's the limit of my melee.
Yeah.
Laser pistol. Okay, you should now have one of those on your carrot sheet, Tylo. Does anyone else need me to add one, or are you good?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay, no problems.
What's the armor class of these suits? Does one fit me?
16. Yeah, they're pretty sort of generic, and obviously you've got like 4 people to choose from. So I'm going to say you can probably find one that it's maybe a bit loose, but it'll do.
Okay.
So yeah, so you can change your AC to like 16 if you want.
Apparently I can't.
Yeah, you need to have it's tied to the equipment in your inventory.
In which case, just remember it's 16, and I'll.
Okay. No worries.
Okay, so could we have gotten med kits in? Do we think?
Maybe a D6 roll. Anything but a 1 or a 2. No, you have not got any medkits in.
We
Okay.
literally sold ours.
Okay, so we're dressed up to look the part. We have the badges. But we're pretty badly hurt, right?
Yeah. We could go and go to the. Like, I could just jog to the security post up there, or and then check if they have anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll do that, John. So I'll be all officious, and I will brook no foolishness as I go about, because I'm wearing the armor now and I have the credentials.
Okay, no problems. Right, I've just added the armour onto your sheet, Tylo, so...
Cheers.
Okay, so where have you headed to? Sorry, Tan?
The security post at the door.
Actually, we're in a security post. Let's just check at this security post first.
That's true. That's fine.
Yeah, log in then, John.
Okay, obviously there's like login details required.
We've got the access cards, haven't we?
Yeah, you've got the security guys' access cards.
Yeah, swipe it.
You swipe one and you gain access to the security terminal. Okay, what does he want to do?
Let's see. Check status on 3rd floor.
Okay, so you find out that the 3rd floor is under a lockdown. There are 2 of the shadow troopers sort of guarding the bottom of the stairway, otherwise it's being left to the sort of security droids down there, all of which are sort of on high alert.
Okay.
All sort of external access has been like locked down until the emergency's over with.
Okay. Is there any way that I can turn the emergency off?
You could attempt to like hack the system if you wanted to. Obviously that would take you a little bit of time.
Yeah, well, hopefully we've got the time, so I will spend some time hacking into it to
Okay, so make an intelligence or a wisdom check. Okay. So, yeah, you start hacking into the system. Can you roll me a d6 and add your level to it? And tell me what your final result is.
7.
Okay, so it's basically going to take you about 15 minutes to like sort of deactivate it, because you've got to like go around all the firewalls and whatever. You will do it, but it's going to take a bit of time. And obviously, the longer it takes, the more likelihood someone's going to come to check on the security terminal and like why someone's not responding to the calls, because the whole security system will be like keeping themselves up to date, and they're probably at some point going to be like, why are there 4 security people inside this room and not moving or responding? Okay, so since it's 15 minutes, I'm going to ask, can you please roll me 3d6, Tylo? Just see if anyone sort of like appears at the door, like knocking on the door, like hello, while this is going on.
A 3, a 5, and a 6.
Okay, so no one has appeared at the door yet.
Sorry, John, before that, could we have found out where the armory was, where all the weapons might be?
Okay, yeah, you find out that there is a locker with some weapons in both this and the security room beyond it, and also in the security sort of station on the first floor.
Okay, and is there med kits in there as well, or is there med kits anywhere that we would...
The med kits would be in the sort of medical bay on the 3rd floor.
Okay, so I'd like to open this locker and see if there are any grenades or anything else.
Okay, you open the locker, there are 3 laser rifles in it.
Okay. Well, I'll take one of them.
Yep.
Okay.
I presume you've got a laser rifle on your character.
I do, yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, so I guess I'll go across the hall and open that weapons locker and see is it identical.
Okay, make your d6 roll.
6.
Okay, you open it, and as well as finding like a couple of laser rifles in there are 2 med kits.
Okay.
In this locker, like emergency med kits.
Nice. Okay, well, I'll take one and give one to Tan, so.
No problems.
Right.
And obviously, if you use a med kit, you get 2 d4 hit points back. Okay, so you take out like the sort of stim injector from the med kit, just like a little like hyper spray, and like, and you feel the cocktail of like healing and restorative chemicals sort of flow into your system.
Sorry, this might be a terrible idea. While Tylo is doing what he's doing, trying to turn off the alarm,
yeah.
Can I use the terminal in the other room and try and shut off the air supply to the 3rd floor?
Okay, move yourself into the other room, up to the terminal. Okay, obviously it's not logged in.
So I have to. I scan my badge.
Yep, you scan the security guy's badge, and it lets you in.
And I do
obviously, as standard security wouldn't be able to turn off the aircon, so there's going to be a bit of like hacking required.
Now I have a mini computer. To
Okay,
help me map that kind of stuff.
that's fine. So make me an intelligence or wisdom roll, whatever is your preference.
Okay, pretty sure it's intelligence. Oh no.
Okay, so now thanks to your mini computer, you will be able to do it eventually, but it's going to take you like a long old time to like do it. I mean, we're talking like maybe half an hour, like minimum.
Okay.
If you still want to do it.
Well, I guess if Tylo is successful, if nothing goes wrong before Tylo is successful, then we'll probably have that kind of time. So I'll do it up until we understand whether Tylo has been successful or not. and then I can decide then whether to keep going
Okay,
or.
so after 15 minutes, obviously you've started. After 15 minutes, Tyler is successful about shutting the alarm off. You've not managed to cancel the alert entirely, but you've shut the alarm off. So you hear the alarm stop after 15 minutes. Balan, you're still on the terminal trying to shut down the air supply. Obviously, you know because you're wearing the gear that the Dominion troopers had that they're sort of self-contained, so it's not going to stop the troopers. And you presume the shadow troopers, since they have improved armor.
Yeah. So actually, then I'll probably stop.
Okay.
Because really, it's the droids we're concerned about, right? It's not the shadow
That's
troopers.
correct, yeah.
Okay, so what I want to try to do then is there any way to program the droids remotely?
If you got to a maintenance terminal, like a technician's terminal, you could do. There's not a way to do it from the security terminal you're on now.
And that would include the security. Sorry, the security droids could be done from a maintenance terminal.
They could be done from a maintenance terminal if you had high enough access. If you don't, again, a bit of hacking the system would be required.
Okay.
And you would be limited on what you could sort of program them to do.
Okay. But conveniently, doesn't our friend Blom have pretty high technician's clearance?
He seems to do, since he's the chief technician. He obviously was able to send through a priority access request to level 3 for you.
Should we pay him a visit? Should we call him?
Pay him a visit. Yeah, mate.
Yeah. I will get on the radio.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. Where's the nearest maintenance terminal? Would we have seen any of them?
Okay, the nearest maintenance terminal is probably on the first floor.
Okay, in that room.
Yep.
Okay. You have to shut down the droid somehow. So I think it's worth a risk. What do you guys think?
Well, the other option is blowing up all the other maintenance droids in that section. Just send a wave of them. Boom.
Okay.
Obviously, doing that remotely as you would effectively be doing, that's going to require some hacking over the system. Whereas the previous one, you sort of hardwired that, which was a bit easier.
It's going to take time.
Yeah.
Whatever we do is going to take time. What we need is those shock troopers back up here so we can take their clearance while we're at it.
Yeah. Should we get onto the radio and say we're being attacked with the correct codes? Get those 2 shadow troopers up here?
Yeah, say 3 of the scientists have gone nuts.
Yeah.
As you're saying this, you see another D trooper sort of walking down the corridor. He sort of looks through the... Obviously, you're all dressed, presumably, as Dominion troopers. He sort of looks through... He just looks through the window. Luckily, because you've hid the bodies in the far corner, you can't see them unless you're And he just sort of glances in as he walks past, and he's like, "Everything all right down here?"
All clear.
All clear, yeah.
Okay.
Waiting for the all clear. Really.
Okay, can I ask one of you to make a charisma roll? It's down to you guys who you want it to be.
This is more deadly than combat for us.
This is definitely something to do with the way.
I'll do it.
I like to think you've got Tyler giving giving Tam the signal.
Use the force, Tom.
Oh yes, yes.
Okay, so Balan, you're everything's fine here. We're waiting for the all clear. He's well, the alarms have gone off, so it shouldn't be too long for the lockdown to recall. He's I'm gonna head to the end of the corridor here and keep an eye out just in case there's any further trouble. If you need anything, just radio me.
Yeah, all right, but come here. Before you do, give me a hand with this.
He's like, well, what's going on? And he sort of like walks into the, because you pass your charisma check, he walks into the room and he's like, what? He just like leans over the console and he's like, what's up?
I've murdered all these people.
So then I want to bash him.
Yep. Obviously, he's got AC 16.
Oh, okay. So I only hit him once, which is a nightmare. So that's 4 points of damage.
Okay, he is still up, unfortunately for you.
Okay.
So
I just can't get any luck with these minions.
Obviously, he's going to go for his laser pistol, but before we do that, because that was a surprise, so roll a d6 and we'll see who gets to go first. He's on a 5.
Oh,
okay,
no.
so he's going to get to go first. He's going to have a shot at you. And he hits you for 6 hit points of damage.
My AC is like 18, yeah?
Yeah, I'm hitting AC 20 with my roll.
Okay. Sorry, just we can't really see yours anymore.
Oh, no, I've got it set to private by mistake. Let me just change it to public so you can see it in the future, because I've done some test rolls. Okay, yeah, you should be able to see my rolls from now on. You've taken 8 hit points of damage.
6 or 8?
Sorry, it should be 8. Yeah, I forgot to add the modifier in.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, he fires, he hits you in the chest. You feel pain through the armor, although it absorbs some of the shock. Obviously, you guys were like looking through the plexiglass window in the opposite thing. You can see.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure he's dead because I'm after getting 2 hits.
Yeah, he's only got 1 hit point left.
Okay.
So describe how you finish him off.
So basically the same as the first guy. I just kind of get around behind him and grab his neck and twist.
Yeah, you, as he's sort of staggering and he's obviously, you did some damage with your first attack and he's trying to bring his pistol around for a second. You just sort of like sweep his leg out, and as he goes down to one knee, you're like and drop him down to the ground.
Now, I can carry him away, and John, I will also be switching my armor to his, because mine isn't void safe anymore.
That's fine, yeah, you switch your armor to his.
Yep.
And are you dragging him into the body room?
Yeah, the mortuary.
The mortuary.
Okay, yeah, so I've moved him across. You've now got a stack of 5 bodies like stacked up in this one room.
Great. Great. Yeah, and I'm switching the armor.
Okay. So I'm badly hurt again. So
If we are spending some time, let me go and jog to the security post and look for some more medkits.
okay.
But if we're spending some time, if we're doing something now, then maybe not.
No, I think we definitely should, and then I think we should also, while you're up there, or maybe Tyler could go with you, if you could put pressure on Blom to stand down the security robots.
Can he do that?
Can't you just, force him?
I mean, there's, I could make him do it with mine old hands, as well.
Yeah, let's do that.
But can he do it? Is the question here?
You don't know.
I think more than like.
Let's go find out.
Okay, so if you two want to move yourself back up to the first floor, to where Blom is, he's still in the maintenance room.
Yep. I will first stop here.
Okay.
And, go rifle the room for any medical supplies.
Okay, roll me a d6.
Here we go. 3.
There is 1 med kit in this room.
Nice. I'll grab that and well, I presume there's really not a lot going on in the security booth.
No,
really.
it's empty.
Yeah, basically what I imagine would be there, it's like the console and then weapons and medkits, really.
Yep. So looking into the technician's room, you can see that there's still the guy asleep with his like feet up on the desk, and Blom's sort of there. He's like on the comm to like various other technicians, like sorting out various problems and like, making sure everything's like ready for when the lockdown finishes. You can see he's also like he's like, what happened to the alarm? He's like, we've not been told to step down the lockdown. And he's like basically telling the other technicians to look into it.
So So Tyler, we might have discussed as we come up here. So the plan is we're gonna try and get him to deactivate the droids down there. Is that the plan?
Yeah.
And what do we do if he can't do that?
Take his security clearance. It will make hacking a lot easier.
Okay. Well, be ready to deal with the technician at the stairwell.
At the stairwell.
Yeah. This one we passed.
Well, there's two in this room. Do I have to deal with these ones first?
Yeah. I'm willing to bet that they're not very incentivized to start putting up a lot of resistance is what I'm gambling on, and the idea being that we need this guy to not run and cause an alarm elsewhere.
Okay, I will go and deal with this guy.
So I'll step in.
Yeah.
And I'll lean in.
But Blom like doesn't even look over at you because he's like on the comms talking to people.
Yeah. So I'll sort of wave a gauntlet at him.
He sort of like pulls his comm out and he's like, "Yeah, what's up? Sorry, I haven't got much time. Like everything seems to have gone to hell." And then he's like, "Yeah, I need you to get the alarm back on." Yeah, sorry, I haven't got much time. What is it?
Yeah, that's what I'm here about. We need to stand down all droids, including the security. Something's wrong with the droids.
He's like, what? We're in a lockdown. We can't stand down the droids.
One of them blew up there. I'm getting chatter, and if someone's got a hold of the droids, we need to pull the plug before they can do some real damage down there.
Okay. At which point he goes, this is head technician Blom to Calgar. I've got a report of malfunctioning droids down there and a request to shut down all the droids. Calgar, can you please confirm?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
And then sort of like, because obviously you're on the same comm network,
yeah.
You hear a sort of like slightly imperious voice saying, "This is Calgar. Aside from the earlier incident, we don't have any malfunctioning droids down here. Maintain lockdown." At which point he sort of turns around to you and he's like, "Well, you heard it." He's like, "Calgar's the boss. He says we can't step down the lockdown." He's like, anything at that level, I have to run through him first. It requires his clearance.
God. You do know that if something goes wrong here, they will not send anyone to pick you up. If there's a maintenance droid boiling you with a plasma cutter.
It's like, yeah, I know. It's like, don't get me wrong, guy. If I had the ability to, I'd stand them down right now. But like I say, anything of that level requires Calgar Moran's sort of authorization. All I can do is put the request through to him, and well, you heard. Like, I don't have the I know I'm the head technician, but I don't have the authorization to do that directly.
I know. I guess I just because it's my job to be looking out for you here. And well, if I have droids going about that can just blow up and almost take out the life support, it gets a fella worried.
He's like, look, the best I can do is I can recall the standard repair droids. The specialist droids down on the third level, I'd need Calgar's authorization to do anything with that.
Right. Okay. Oh, so there's nothing we can do here to affect that without these steps that we have just discussed.
Not without Calgar Moran's authorization, no.
Right.
He's like, I even had to run my request to get you access to level 3 through him.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Yeah,
Yeah.
because the S troopers are standing there at the door either, and they're not going down. Well, now they are, but you know.
Yeah, I know, yeah. He's like, I'm sorry, my hands are tied.
Well, at least, well, keep an eye on the door, I guess.
He's like, yeah, don't worry, I will do. He's like, all the exterior doors are locked down anyway until the emergency's dealt with. Then you hear like, obviously you hear like another technician being like, I'm having a look into this, into why the alarm's gone down. He's like, it looks like someone's manually like bypassed it and deactivated it. At which point he sort of like, he puts his comm back on and he's like, well, get it bloody well reactivated then. He's like, look, we've got an emergency, we can't be without the alarms. He's like, get it reactivated. At which point you hear like another like random technician be like, yeah, I'm working on it. He's like, whoever took it down like seems to know what they're about. It's going to take me a while to get it back up and running. He's like, well, just get on with it as quickly as you possibly can.
Oh, I'll point at him. I was like, you let me know
He's like,
if there's trouble.
yeah, I will do.
If there's trouble here.
Yeah, no problems. And he sort of goes back to like talking to the technicians on the.
I'll go out and I'll sort of nod at Tyler to join me as we walk.
Okay, and meanwhile, Tyler, you've been sort of stood next to this mechanic who's been looking at the access panel on the wall, and that was actually the mechanic that was just speaking to Blom on the comms, who's actually like, looking into like why the alarm's not on, and you can hear his end of the conversation where he's like, yeah, it looks like someone's bypassed it, whoever it was, they knew what they were doing, it's going to take me a while to get it back on. And then obviously you can hear Blom being like, what do you bloody well get it done? And he's like, yeah, I'm working on it as fast as I can. And he's like in this panel on the wall like trying to sort it out, but obviously you got like a pretty good roll to take that down, so you know he's probably eventually going to do it, but it's going to take him a while.
When he's unconscious, it won't.
well, yeah, there is that.
Right, I'll signal to Tarn today to just knock him out. This one.
Okay, well, I suppose that's what we'll do. So, John, what I would like to do is, as he's working on the panel, right?
Yep. He's not even paying you any
him.
attention. He's like,
yeah. So, because he's working on it behind him, and I'll just like try and grab his head. So.
Okay, make me an attack roll. If you succeed at the attack roll, you've knocked him out. You don't have to roll damage.
Yeah. Okay.
And you get a +2 because it's a surprise. He's not really expecting it.
He's working. But I completely botched it. This, John.
Okay.
It's the farmer ninja.
So basically, what happens is as you sort of go to like plan to like put your hands around his neck and then quickly like and like choke him out, you accidentally like knock his shoulder as you're sort of like bringing your arm round, and he turns around and he's like, hey, obviously doesn't think, oh, he's about to strangle me. He just thinks you're like maybe like nudging him or whatever, and he's like, hey, what the hell's going on? He doesn't like respond like immediately hostilely because like you've not like drawn a weapon or anything. So he's like, oh, what's going on? I'm busy. I ain't got time for this.
What you doing?
He's like, oh, you must have heard Blom. Like someone's taken down the alarm system. I'm just trying to get it back up, but whoever did it, they've done a number on it. It's going to take me ages to get it back up and running. And it's like you can bet that this will be coming out of our wage if we don't get this sorted out quickly.
We've got someone on the inside.
He's like, what?
There's someone doing something they shouldn't, which is the entire reason why you're here.
He's like, oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so we need to check everyone's details. I was trying to get your card there. Please give me your card.
He doesn't hand it over, but he just like holds it up.
Yeah. And I'll stare at it for a bit, and I'll give him the nod.
He's like, well, I suppose if we're like checking each other's details, I'll best have a look at your two's cards as well then.
Yeah, that's right. And I'll headbutt him.
Okay. You just like, oh yeah, here's my card.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check my card right here.
Make an attack roll again. Again, if you hit him, he's knocked out.
Come on, praise
And if you
Gale.
miss,
No.
I'll laugh.
No.
Oh no.
It's a shit fest here.
Okay, so this time you do go to hit him. I'm going to say at this point he's actually going to sort of like tonk you on the side of the head with like his like hydro spanner that he's holding. So I'm going to make an attack roll for him. Which luckily for you, because you're wearing like Dominion Trooper armor, it just sort of like clangs a bit off the armor. And obviously, like, he thinks you're like Dominion Troopers, not technicians. So he's like, what the bloody hell do you think you're doing? Like, ping, doesn't do you anything.
So he's just fending me off as like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm trying to bully him.
At which point you hear like sort of quite a polite but electronic voice behind you saying, "Gentlemen, please, I must insist, no violence in the reception area." As the Diplo droid sort of starts trying to like diplomance this situation.
Oh man, so my only saving grace is that he thinks I'm an actual Dominion trooper, so he has
Yeah.
the social hierarchy that is working against him.
Yeah, if you're another technician and you tried to like knock him out, he'd immediately be like, help, I'm being attacked. Whereas now he's sort of like, all right, okay,
Like,
yeah,
oh,
I
shit.
think I'm being attacked, but I don't really know what's going on because these are like Dominion troopers. So he's a bit more confused, and he just sort of went, hey, and sort of like tonked you with the spanner rather than like actually trying to batter you.
So, Tylo, are you doing anything? I'm gonna try and bash this guy as long as it takes, because we're in it now. But if you want to, because that's 2 hits for me.
Yeah,
is
I will.
Tylo watching?
I will just pistol whip him.
Okay, roll a d, make an attack roll. The damage doesn't matter if you hit him, he's knocked
What
out.
am I rolling off?
Just roll a d20. Okay, so yeah, you go to hit him with a pistol, and he's sort of like, 'cause he's already like ducking down, expecting Tan to like cuff him round the head, and he sort of dodges your blow. At which point he sort of starts like running down the corridor, and he's like, "Help! I'm being attacked! Help!" At which point you can hear like Blom from inside the room next to him being like, "What's going on?"
I'll shout, "Stop!
Yeah,
Infiltrator!"
I'll run after him, trying to tackle him.
Okay, so just give me a moment before you do that.
Terrorist.
This poor guy as well.
Okay, so as you guys are sort of like shouting, they're like, "We found the infiltrator, stop!" Like Blom and this other guy who's had like his feet up suddenly come like rushing out of the security room and like tackle this guy to the ground. And he's like, "What's going on?" He's like, "I'm not an infiltrator. I've been stitched up. Like, let me up." And they're like literally like, on top of him, like pushing him down. And he's like, "Just stay down, just stay down." And he's sort of like, I'm assuming basically when you guys sort of stuck your head in, you basically took your helmets off and were like, "Oh, hi guys." So they didn't really know you're dressed as Dominion troopers. But you're like, "Oh, he's just assaulted a Dominion trooper." And Blom and this other guy are on top of him. They're like, "Oh, give us a hand, man. We can't keep him down. He's wriggling."
Yeah,
And he's obviously like, "I didn't do nothing. They attacked me. I was trying to turn the alarm off like you said, boss."
yeah. So I'll get there and I'll just like, if they're on him,
Yeah.
I'll get his head and just like, bang.
Yeah, you don't even have to roll this time, luckily for you, and you like smash his head into the floor.
Yeah.
and
When
he's
2
knocked
people
out.
are holding him still, I can actually hit him.
Yeah, he's knocked out.
Yeah.
And Blom's like, "Oh, I always knew there was something a bit iffy about him. Came on last rotation." And he's like, "You sure he's the infiltrator, though?"
Well, he was the one working
Well,
on
it's
the
just assaulted
restoration
him,
thing.
so
Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, that's a good point." He turns to like the sort of previously like sleepy technician who was like next to him, and he's like, "Right, well, you best go and get the alarm restored then." At which point the sort of like the sleepy technician like moves down to the place where that guy was previously, and he starts sort of like going to the same control panel to sort of try and fix it.
all right.
I'm just gonna
Where are these
delete
guys?
delete this mechanic from the map because he's gone.
He's going to be
And,
zip tied and in a very bad situation.
Yeah, and obviously Blom stood in the corridor with you
I'll give
guys.
Tom the signal to go loud, and hopefully he can hit somebody this time.
Well, are we knocking these guys out then? I
Yes.
suppose? Is the idea if? Okay, so we the Blom is in the corridor. We've got this one guy sorted. You've got your new friend there who's picking up where this other guy left off.
He's about to get shot, so that doesn't matter.
So Blom is there. So I suppose I'll be helping him take our suspect.
Yeah, no problem.
Somewhere.
But basically, because you've like zip tied his arms and legs, like Blom's holding the upper half of his body, you're like holding the legs.
Yeah. So we'll take him to, I suppose, the security booth there.
Yeah, that's fine. You stash him in there.
Yeah. So as we go in there, just close the door and I'll start working Blom out.
Okay. You just punching him out using a weapon.
Yeah. The idea is, I would if possible, the idea would be to go for a choke, and then if not, then it's going to be a fist fight.
Okay. So yeah, make your attack roll. You get +2 because Blom's not expecting it.
Yeah, it's it's not the D troopers, it's the civilians.
Ultimate technicians, they're a hardy breed.
Okay, I think I might have hit.
That is enough.
With a over 10 roll.
Yeah. So are you trying to knock Blom out, or are you trying to kill him?
Yeah. The idea would be if I actually can, while he's managing like the feet or whatever, so I'll get the door and then like grab him and just choke him out and not to kill him, and then zip tie him, stash him in the booth.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. You knock him out and stash him.
Get his cards, all that.
Yeah, no problems. You take all of his gear off him.
Yep. And
So while that's going on, Tyler, what are you doing? You got this
I'm
guy
gonna
next
shoot
to
this
you.
bloke in the head.
Okay, not a problem.
On my character sheet again. Hits AC 10, inflicts 3 damage.
Okay, so he's not dead. I don't believe. Oh no, he is. I keep forgetting these are like poor technicians with nary a hit point between them. So yeah, so you're just drawing your pistol and like, poof,
Yeah.
and he is done with. At which point, from behind you, you hear a polite sort of computerized electronic voice being like, "Oh, security protocol Omega activated. Intruders identified. Intruders identified."
Good, that should solve it.
Okay, so you've dealt with this guy. Balani, you still cutting off the air supply?
Yeah, I guess so. Oh. Yeah, I guess there's probably no point, right? Oh, yes, I am. Sorry, because Calgor can't breathe, has to breathe, right? So yeah, I am.
Okay, so you cut off the air supply. However, in doing so, you find out that it's only the air supply to levels 1 and 2, since level 3 has its own self-contained system that's operated from level 3. However, as that's going on, you hear, because now you're all like tapped into the security like comms as well, because you've got the helmets. So you obviously hear this this diplomatic droid being like, "Oh, security protocol Omega, insurgents identified." At which point you hear like 2 sort of modulated voices be like, "We're on it." And as you watch, you see the 2 shadow troopers like with their rifles coming up the stairs and sort of heading down the corridor.
Okay, so I would like to pretend to be dead in this corner.
Yep. So what basically happens is one of the troopers goes into the room opposite you and sees like the pile of dead bodies that you guys have sort of stacked up, and you quickly all hear on this sort of security comms, you hear the shadow trooper saying, "Insurgents are wearing standard D trooper armor," because he sees you've stripped the bodies. He's like, be aware, intruders wearing D-Trooper armor, and one of them walks into the room with you, sort of like leans over, gives you like a look over.
Okay. And I'm badly damaged anyway, right?
Yeah,
So
he doesn't like stop to check your pulse or anything. He sees you like badly injured and he assumes you're dead because there's dead bodies over there. So he quickly sort of walks around. He's like, you hear him outside when they meet up. He's like, oh yeah, we've got five trooper bodies in that room. He's like, yeah, there's another one in that room there. He's like, the insurgents have obviously taken them out. He's like, well, let's carry on to the first floor. At which point they continue moving off.
okay.
I'm going to go and get a rifle from the gun locker.
Yep, no problem. I'm going to assume you don't have a laser rifle on your character sheet.
I do actually.
You do? Okay, so yeah, same stats. Okay, so are you guys doing anything else while you're on the first floor?
Sorry, John, as they're walking away, I would like to shoot them in the back.
Go for it. Move yourself out into the corridor and take your shot.
I guess what I want to try and do is lean out the doorway to try and get some cover.
Yeah, that's fine. You can lean out the doorway.
Okay. So now I'll stay where
You get
I
+2,
am.
don't forget, because they're surprised.
Okay. So here goes. 13 doesn't hit, I guess.
No, they're AC 16.
Okay, so one more then. Oh, well, what do I have to do? No, I missed both of them.
Okay. So obviously they are now heading back down the corridor towards you because they've seen the laser shots.
Okay.
They're going to sort of get to here. They likewise hunker down. So they're going to be taking shots at you. However, you get +2 AC. But if you shoot at them now, they will also get +2 AC because they're like hiding behind the corners and taking
Okay.
cover. So
Yeah.
2 shots coming your way. Nothing doing on that first one. Okay, the second one. And what's your AC at the minute?
20 with the +2.
Yeah, so one of them gets close, but it like singes like the door frame, like right next to your head. You see they're sort of crouched down, and they're like, you can hear them like reporting on the comms, like, we've got one of the insurgents locked down in the security room, dressed as a Dominion trooper.
Okay.
And obviously the rest of you guys can hear that as well because you're all on the security comms, and you can hear the sound of like.
If there's enough rifles there, I'll get one too.
Yeah, do you have one on your character sheet, or do you need me to add one?
I do.
Okay,
I do.
that's fine. So,
So,
what do you got? What do you guys want to do, Tyler and Tan?
running down.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you can move. You can move double your movement in the first round. So, take your move, and then Balan, you get to take a shot for the first move. You get to take a shot at those troopers.
Okay.
Obviously, they're on AC 18 at the minute, so they're taking cover.
Okay, well, that's not good. Ooh. 23 for 5 points of damage.
Okay, so you have hit one of them. He's still up, but he's taken like quite a severe laser burn to his chest. Obviously, Tan and Tylo, through like the open doors, you can see these 2 troopers like hunched down. Like they're going to get to take their shot back at Balan. So 2 shots, and your AC is 20. Okay, so the first one narrowly misses you. The second one also misses you. Okay, so Tan and Tylo, you can take your next move. Obviously, you can either do your standard move and then make an attack, or you can move double, and that's your entire action.
Are these doors open?
Yep.
So I'd just move my double then to there.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll be doing my double, so I'm running with my my rifle.
Okay, that's fine.
And I'm running down the corridor, and I'm using the comms. And then it's like, be advised, reinforcement coming down the corridor.
Okay, you get it. Roger, Roger. Okay, so Balan.
Okay, same again. Oh, that's not good. And one more. And that is a miss as well.
Okay, so they will get their attacks back on you. And in fact, they are going to use their move, first of all. They are going to move down, so they're sort of in the doorway. So you won't get your cover anymore, but neither will they.
Okay.
So they both moved down, and they're going to take their shots. So first one. Okay, you take 7 points of damage.
Okay. And I am down.
Okay, so as you're running down, Tan, you see the like, and you hear the shadow troopers on the comms being like, "We've got one of them down. Move in and secure the room." And they're basically sort of like heading in to secure Balan. Okay, so Tan and Tyler, you can take your moves. Okay, by the time you get there, you can see like Balan's in a pretty bad way. They've put like the zip tie like cuffs on his arms and legs. Obviously, you told them reinforcements were coming, so they've assumed you're the reinforcements.
Yep. And yeah, well, Tyler, you're in front, so.
What do you want to do?
I'm going to wait for Tarn to move up, obviously.
Right. Okay.
Him being more combat proficient than I am.
It's fair.
So I'm doing the double again. So I'll get there, and because they're they're in the process of securing Balan.
They've already secured him. They're just basically like not on comms, but like vocally discussing with each other like what they should do with him.
Yeah.
And one of them was like, "Well, I don't reckon he's long for this world anyway."
I'll just go. I'll bust in, and sort of.
They sort of go for their guns, and then when they see like you're a Dominion trooper, they sort of lower them a bit.
And I'll let my is there a strap on the rifles, or is it one of those like Star Wars ones?
Yeah, there's a strap on the rifles. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll let the rifle just hang on my chest there, and just like motion towards Balan and say, should we, if he's not gone yet, should we get a restorative and interrogate? Find out what the plan here is.
Maybe a charisma roll.
Shit.
Because to be honest, they're just like, we've killed him.
Yeah.
Job
Yeah,
done.
fuck him.
Yeah, pretty much. And you're like, hey guys, maybe we should heal him up and ask him some questions. And they're like, oh, we could just let him die.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, no, in the Shadow Troopers, we watch people die.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to press, but it's fine. It's just a D20 roll anyway.
Yeah.
So.
I presume that's a success.
I'm at 5. So.
Lovely. Okay, so
exactly what I
they seem a bit unsure, and they're sort of like, oh, maybe we should leave him. And one of them's like, well, the the high ups might be able to get some information about him, find out about these other insurgents. They're like they sort of look at you and they give you the nod to like go ahead.
Right. Okay. Right. So I'll head off. Well, I'll check this first because appearances.
Yeah.
So I'll rush to whatever cabinets are here.
Yeah.
Open them. Rifle through. Anything here, John?
Roll me a d6.
Okay. 6. Praise Gale. 1.
No, nothing of interest.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll rush out. I'll mention like someone must have taken them, and I'll.
Yeah, one of the shadow troops be like, "Damn insurgents."
Rebel scum. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm just running here and just let me know if we're doing combat rounds, but basically gonna bust in here. I'm like, I need 1 med kit stat. I'll just point at the the scientist.
One of the scientists is like, roll me a d6.
Come on,
So
scientist.
obviously you're in the power control room. It's not really a med bay.
Yeah. 5.
Okay, yeah. One of them goes, well, we've only got this one for emergencies.
It's emergency.
He just like holds it out to you.
Yeah, I'll grab it. It's like, yeah, this is one, and just run back.
Yeah, no problem. You beat feet down the corridor.
Yep. Just do my best like baseball slide.
Yeah.
with the EpiPen and.
Okay, so roll 2d4, and that's how many hit points.
Do you want to roll or will I?
You can roll. Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, 6.
You've
Nice.
got 6 hit points back. However, you are still sort of like restrained at the moment. So if you wanted to like bust out of these, it would be like a strength check to like break the sort of like zip tie style, the futuristic zip ties they've got you in.
Space zip ties.
But yeah, you smack the hypo spray into like the neck of Balan, and obviously you sort of like look up to see this Dominion trooper bent over you with this hyper spray, but like obviously like Tan gives you like the nod. And you're like, oh, I'm pretty sure this isn't actually a Dominion trooper because they've just like healed me.
That's not a thing they do often. Right. Okay. And I'll I'll stand up and. Are there chairs in the room, John?
Yeah, there's a couple of chairs in
Yeah.
there.
So I'll just without like pausing to get consent from these like shadow troopers. I'll get Balan all doped up, and then I'll just start hauling him towards one of the chairs.
Yep. You haul him into the chair, at which point the 2 shadow troopers sort of like walk around you. One of the shadow troopers sort of like smacks you around the face, so like pulls your helmet off, smacks you around the face, but like not enough to cause you any actual damage, but it's quite painful. And he's like, "How many insurgents are there?"
1.
At which point the other one's like, "Oh, a likely looking story," and they like smack you around the face again. At which point one of the shadow troopers pretty much like jams his laser rifle like against your left kneecap, and he's like, "I'm going to ask you the question again, and I suggest you consider your answer very carefully if you want to walk out of here."
I think we both know I'm not walking out of here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, it's the. I'm star sorting the one with the rifle.
Okay, no problems. Bear in mind, the other one also has his gun pointed at Balan as well.
Yep.
But obviously the one, he's not got it like pressed up, because the one who's got his pressed up against him isn't going to miss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so make your
Now-
attack.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
+2.
Yep. Yeah. +2. Okay. Praise Gale. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Gotta hope the damage is good now.
Yep. 9.
Okay, so 9 is exactly what you need to take out one of these shadow troopers, like from full health. So what do you want to... Luckily for you, it's the one with full health who's like got the gun pressed against him. So what do you want... How do you want to take him out? Describe how it goes down.
Yeah. So I've hauled him to the chair, and we've got this one guy working him over, and the other one presumably standing by, being like,
Yeah, pretty much doing the evil villain bit.
yeah. And I'll be stood to the side of, like, the other side of this dude who's punching Balan, and as he gets the rifle and just like jams it in to the knee, and is like, "You best start talking, boy." I'll whip out the Star Sword, and it's like whoosh, both hands off from the Shadow Trooper.
Yeah, he sort of falls backwards like, "Ah!" Like, just like singed flesh, as like his hands have been lopped off. Obviously, the rifle like sort of falls loose on the strap. The other trooper is obviously going to shoot at you, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, yeah, presumably.
However, he is so surprised that like his shot goes wild and he doesn't hit you.
Yep.
Okay.
Shit.
So, Balan, you've seen this go on. Do you want to do anything?
So I'm restrained, but on my feet, am I able to stand up?
You're able to stand up. You couldn't really like move any great degree because your legs are like zip tied together, as are your
Okay.
arms sort of behind your back.
So what I want to try and do is basically headbutt this guy.
Okay, make an attack roll. Luckily, the one left is the like already partly injured one.
If you knock
Okay.
him out,
13. No, I miss.
Okay, so you sort of like go to headbutt him because your feet are restrained. You basically just like topple forward onto the floor.
Okay.
Okay, so back round to Tan. And obviously, Tylo, if you want to jump in, you'd be going like at the same time as Tan. So just like shout up if you want to jump in.
I'm good at the minute.
Okay. So Tan,
yep, Star Sword.
go for it.
$17,
Oh, nice.
That is a hit. However, it only causes
7 damage.
7 points of damage, which, because he's already injured, is enough to describe how you take him down.
So I guess because Balan is basically throwing himself at the trooper.
Yeah, pretty much. He sort of pretty much just like lunges off the chair towards him. The guy steps back and like Balan goes like, onto the floor.
So I guess as he's stepping back, I'll just like do a proper actual, taught to me by Ken Benobi, like a fencing maneuver with my weapon. So I'll step forward like this was a rapier and just like get him with a stab.
Yep, your stab goes like straight through where his heart would be, like passing through the armor like a hot knife through butter, and he just drops to the floor dead before he even hits the ground.
Yeah, I'll immediately fall on Balan to get the restraints off. I'm like, I can't believe that worked.
Yeah, you're literally with the Star Sword, you're like, restraints gone.
Yep.
Okay, now I'm aware we're getting pretty late on, guys. Your way to level 3 is now unguarded by troops. Do you want to press on, or do you want to pause here and then we can continue with level 3 next time? I'm good for either, but I'm aware we're getting pretty late.
I'm fine, whatever.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, I'm happy enough.
Okay, that's fine. We will press on then. So obviously there are droids, etc. on level 3, but there are no troops now sort of like blocking your path to level 3. Over to you guys.
I think we need to secure the scientists very quickly. Just so
Fine,
that-
secure.
just tie them up.
Balan's like, I will secure them.
Try and scour this place for anything medical-wise to patch you up.
Okay, well, there's definitely a medical bay. So let's go down into the medical bay and get some medical kits.
That's through the droids.
No, it's not, though. The scientists are in the medical section.
Yeah,
With
but
the
never-
droids.
there are also droids in the medical section.
Oh, there's security droids in the medical section?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But we're looked apart, right? So we could just go in. We need medical supplies because the insurgents are attacking.
If you two put that armor on, you've got more chance of it working.
True.
Well,
I feel it.
I've made somewhat of a mess of the Shadow Trooper armor.
That's why it's going to look more authentic, because you need medical supplies, because your armor's shot to
Yeah,
hell and
plus-
one of you's bleeding to death.
This fine. So we're Yeah. I guess we're gonna switch out.
Yeah, it has no effect on the AC because they've just got like a slightly higher, like sophisticated comm system in this. So you still have the same AC, but so I presume Tan and Balan are switching into Shadow Trooper armor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
get their cards as well.
Yeah, no problems.
Oh boy.
I'll have the one with the hole in the chest that matches my hole in my chest.
Yeah.
Nice. It's all about accessorizing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then I guess we'll head downstairs and head for the medical bay.
Okay, feel free to move yourselves.
Okay.
Okay, so as you head down the corridor, you can see the KX security droid. It stood there with like it's sort of like built in, like a laser rifle raised, and it's like, "We are in lockdown. Protocol Omega. Do not enter beyond this point."
I'll bring up a card.
You see like a little sort of beam of light come out from its eyes and scan over the card, and it's like, "We are in lockdown. Protocol Omega. Do not continue beyond this point.
Medical assistance required.
We are in lockdown Omega. Do not continue beyond this point."
Right, get on the comms then and reel off this person's name, whoever they were.
Okay. You're like, "This is Trooper XK. Blah 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 blah."
Yeah. So serious casualties taken. 2 shock troopers require medical assistance.
Okay, you receive a sort of an acknowledged signal basically, and then maybe 10 minutes later you see from the sort of doorway behind the droid a scientist comes out and like moves over to you, and he's like as they come over, obviously they sort of see their eyes widen as they see the damage on your armor, etc., and they come running over and they're like, "Oh, what's happening? We heard the alarms."
Insurgents, rebels come.
He's like, "Oh." He said, "Well, thank goodness we've got you fellows here to protect us." He's like, "What can I do to help? I mean, I'm one of the medical techs. They couldn't spare any of the techs. Obviously, the patients take priority, but I'll do what I can. How can I help?"
Point out their wounds.
Yeah, so he takes out like a couple of medical sort of like stims, goes over, injects Balan and Tan. You can both regain 2d4 hit points. Okay, at which point the scientist goes like, "So sorry, that's the best I can do. Look, I've got to get back to it. Let us know if there's any further developments." Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's before you go. We
Yeah.
do need access. We were supposed to have access. Has it been revoked? We need access here to protect you.
He's like, "Look, I'm sorry." He's literally just like through the door into the droid chamber as he like looks back, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, they've activated security protocol Omega. No one will be given access to like level 3 apart from authorized scientists and the various droids we've got down here."
Okay, well, we're not turning back now, thanks, Tan. So he reaches out with the way and
Okay, what are you doing?
says very forcefully, very wayfully.
"I am the personnel you're looking for."
No, it's like, So when we've been doing this, like going to places and opening things, it's only ever been the cards that matter.
Yes,
Yeah. So no biometrics outside the card.
not as far
So
as you've seen.
I'll say to the scientist, hand over your identification card.
Okay,
And
so what roll do you need to make to do this?
it's I don't make anything, but you can make a save.
Okay, well, this will be good with his immense scientist scores.
Yeah, his science brain is probably the worst one of them all to use this on, but it's the one we need down here.
Okay, so you reach out with the way. The scientist goes a bit glassy-eyed, so walks over to where you're stood, and he's like, and in a very sort of like far away, sort of dreamlike voice, he's like, "I'm going to hand over my credentials to you," and just like holds out their ID card.
Yeah. For security purposes, we need access. We are thankful for this.
He suddenly sort of, because you know, like people are a little bit sort of fuzzy-headed and they tend to fill in the blanks when this happens, and he's like, okay, I need to get back to my work, and he sort of starts walking into the chamber, at which point the security droid that's in there is like, present pass, and he's like, because he's still a bit fuzzy-headed from you're using the way, and he's like, I'll get it around it, and the droid's like, security protocol Omega has been activated. Please leave the area immediately. And he's like, oh wait, I've got my pass here somewhere. At which point it like steps forward, and you hear like the of its like laser rifle charging up, and it's like, security protocol Omega has been activated. Please leave the area immediately. At which point the scientist's like, he's like, his eyes like widen a bit. He still doesn't really remember what happened with his ID card, but he's like, I don't fancy any of this, and he's like, okay, I'm going, and he heads sort of back past you guys up the stairway.
I'll give Balan the nod.
There are more scientists upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Whose passes could be acquired.
That is true. This is the only one that we know for sure has access. Though.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, he probably needs to go to sleep before he alarms anyone.
Yeah, so I'll definitely follow him up.
Okay, yeah. So you follow him up. What are you doing to him?
Basically going to just kind of knock him out.
Okay, make your attack roll. Let me just move the scientist back.
One of them is an 18. I guess that'll do it.
Yeah, and you're just knocking him out?
Yeah, please.
That's fine, yeah. As he's sort of like walking away, you like knock him on the back of the head.
Okay.
And he slumps to the ground unconscious.
And then I'll drop him into the room with the rest of the dead bodies.
One of the dead body rooms, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a problem. You drag him back in.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna try entry.
Okay, if you want to go down to level 3, Balan, what you have to do is you have to move off the stairway and back onto it again.
Okay, I see.
Okay, yeah. So Tiny, you've got the pass. So you walk in, and again the security droid is like, Protocol Omega has been activated. At which point you hold up the pass. Mm-hmm. The beam of light from his eyes scan down it, and he's like, Scientist Rigger, access granted, proceed.
Yeah. I will.
And he sort of steps back a little bit.
Yep, I'll go.
Obviously, Balan.
If I tailgate him, what happens?
Basically, like the droid like steps between you, and he's like, "Present hall pass."
Okay. In which case, I'll just back off. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so I'll continue.
Okay.
Any markings on the doors?
Yeah, on the corridor heading to the west, it says a medical wing. On the corridor heading to the east, it says cryogenic research area.
I'll go here and swipe.
Yep, not a problem. You swipe your card, the door opens, and beyond that you can see there's a couple of security droids in there. There's like a repair droid in there, a couple of repair droids, and there's a number of sort of like medical beds with like people with like appear to be in various stages of illness, and there's a couple of scientists like moving between them, like checking patient notes, checking like IVs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll close the door.
Yeah.
Go here. Try and swipe.
Yeah, you swipe it, you can open that door. Okay, as you look into the chamber beyond, you can see a number of sort of access terminals. There's 3 medical droids working on them. You can see the melted remnants of the earlier Explodo droid you sent down there, and a couple of wrecked med droids, and there's 4 of these KX security droids in there.
Close the door.
Okay.
Come back up. Close the door behind me.
Yeah, that's fine.
We've got medical wing. We've got cryogenic research. Medical wing, 2 security droids that I can see. Cryogenic research, 4 droids at the door. And from our understanding, cryogenic is where our target is, right?
Yeah, you believe
Yes.
there's a chamber beyond the sort of initial one you looked into, which is where
Yeah.
the sort of top secret research, for want of a better term, is going on, and that's where Calgar Moran is.
And also, he hits 3 of the upgraded droids.
Yeah, the XK droids.
Okay. So we have to take control of the droid somehow, or it's just going to end really badly.
There's 6 droids at the very least.
Yeah.
More.
Well, the only person that can do that's the head scientist. We can try and hack it, but it's not like anyone upstairs can stop us, is it?
No.
No, especially not since you've killed most of them and stacked them neatly in 2 rooms.
It's amazing how Planet B became Planet A very quick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the nature of the D20. I think because it's the chaos factor involved in that.
So Balan's got a better security card. We should be able to hack some of the stuff around.
Yeah. Blom security card, right? So we can get in.
Yeah.
Senior technician. Between your hacking skills and my mini computer, we should be able to,
Okay,
put
let's
down.
go. Let's go before this droid gets nervous.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm not going to ask you to move your tokens, just to save a bit of time. So I'm just going to ask you to tell me roughly where you're going and what you're doing.
To the maintenance terminal in
Okay.
his office.
Yep, not a problem getting there.
So all the way back to the first floor.
Yep.
Use his terminal, his card.
Okay.
See what systems we can get access to directly.
Okay, you can get access to most of the systems for maintenance purposes. However, in order to access any of the systems on level 3, you require Calgar's official sort of authorization.
Okay, so we're gonna have to try and hack around that then.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what I'll start doing with aid of the mini computer from Balan.
Okay, make me an intelligence or wisdom check. And what is it you're exactly trying to accomplish with this attempt?
Take control of the security droids.
Okay.
Um, +2 from the computer is 20, so yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, okay, so what I'm going to say is you quickly realise that due to the limited amount of access and you're trying to hack around some sophisticated systems, even with the mini computer, at best you're going to be able to take control of 1 droid. Because the security is beyond tight on this level.
So we can get hold of 1 droid. That could start shooting the shit out of another droid. But that's still going to leave 2
or 3
or 3. Unless we program it to self-destruct, in which case a large area is going to get damaged because these are going to be more complicated power cells.
I wonder. It might be enough though if it started shooting up that we could tell it to turn them off, to stand them down. That one of them has gone. If one of them went berserk, and we could say that, look, get on the phone the way Blom did and say, look, they need to be shut down, and get his approval that way. Because he'd have seen it, he'd have heard it and seen it going nuts outside his room.
Okay. So that's what we're going to do then, John.
Okay, so you're going to take control of one of the droids and basically tell it to go mental.
Yeah, and then melt down, basically.
Okay, so I'm going to assume it's going to be the one in the chamber just ahead of you that you're going to take control of, because that gets it out of the way as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so after like quite a bit of hacking, you manage to take control of that. You send it off ahead of you. It heads down, turns into the east wing. You hear like the of the doors opening, and then you hear the unmistakable sound of laser fire coming from the east wing.
Yep.
Okay.
What do you want to do then?
So I think we want to get onto the security comms.
Okay.
I'd say insurgents have taken control of a droid.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
they have.
Yeah, I say not a lie.
Yeah, no need to roll for deception.
Yeah. At which point you again hear the voice of which you recognise from the previous communications of Calgar Moran say, "Understood. Sending a shutdown command to the KX security droids."
Confirmed. Moving to protect.
Okay. Over to
Right,
you
and
guys.
wait for Tarn to tell us that the droids aren't trying to kill anybody anymore.
Okay. I will open the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He was very specific about the droids that he shut down.
KX.
I think-
Yeah.
Yeah, so the XKs are still live, and there's 3 of them.
So it's gone here, and
Yep, you head into the first chamber of the East Wing. You can see like these 5 KX droids stood there, including the one you've sent in. They're all sort of like bent over at the waist. They're obviously like shut down. And there's a number of, there's like 3 med droids beyond them. It was sort of like just working on computer terminals.
Okay. So can I run around to each of the droids and do whatever damage is done that they won't come back online even after the shutdown command is removed?
Yeah, not a problem. You basically like run around all those droids, like basically stick your gun against their heads and like.
Okay. Is it worth doing the droids in the other room, or are we just... No, probably okay.
Just take them all out.
Okay.
Obviously, that might get a few questions from the technicians that are in there if you run in and
yeah,
start
I
like
will mention that
popping off
there's-
them droids.
There's scientists in the other room. Which do we want to deal with them?
Yes, we want to. Nothing can go wrong.
Okay.
So open the door.
You head in, you see 2 shut down security droids, 2 repair droids, and 2 like puzzle scientists who are like, what's going on?
So I'll walk in and I'll motion towards the door. I'll say, we've got compromised droids. We need you to move to a secure location so we can protect you. Follow me,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, they start following you.
I'll
Okay.
take care of the 2 droids.
Yeah.
That is not a problem. Okay, so you've got these scientists following you, Tan. What do you do with
Yep.
them?
So boy. Well,
Want their IDs.
yeah. I guess in here, I'll turn to them and I'll say, we think insurgents have compromised our systems because of the access cards we have currently in use. So please turn yours in. We're going to get you new ones as we go up.
Okay, make me a charisma roll.
So actually get the sheet out now, if I can. Okay, and this is going to be bad. Oh, it's going to be great.
Ooh.
Okay, so yeah, they buy your line of Billy bullshit, and they hand over their security passes.
Yeah. I'll what I'll do is I'll as they give me the cards, I'll hand them a spool of space zip tie,
Yeah.
and I'll point the rifle at them. I was like, you tie each other up now.
Okay. They seem surprised, but they do what you say because you're pointing a gun at them.
Yeah. So I'll get them to zip tie each other, and then I'll make sure that they're actually zip tied, and I'll give them the good night knock on the wall with
That's
the heads.
fine. Yep.
And I'll leave them in the corridor, just like sat against the wall.
Yeah, no problem at all. They are now incapacitated. Okay.
So now do we want to try and get into these level 3 terminals with the scientist passes?
Yep.
And see, because at the very least we need something valuable for Corpacora, as well as potentially some way to shut down the remaining 3 droids.
I'm on it.
Okay, so Tyler, obviously you're going to have to hack these computers to get into them.
Yeah.
So make me an intelligence or wisdom check.
Nice.
Yeah, you are like straight in. Obviously, during the previous hacking attempts, you've sort of got used to how the systems work on this station. You like slide straight into these systems. You gain information on like the number of scientists working in the base, which you pretty much already know. You find that they're attempting to cure various serious diseases and ailments. You can also, since you're on, you see that the East Wing computers appear to have like additional information that you can see is not present in the West Wing computers. You can see that after searching around, you found there's a number of like files that are encrypted, but because of your amazing role, you managed to like access them fairly quickly. You find the fact that Dominion scientists are apparently working on a new type of robot referred to as a simulacrum on the Kuba 5 space station on the IN system. You also find what appeared to be 2 sort of like secure files that you've managed to like bypass the security for, called Project Paragon and Project Shadow. And then there's a third file which is called Project Obscura, which appears to have like additional encryption on it. Like you almost don't spot it.
I'll get copying.
Okay, not a problem.
Especially going to copy as well any diseases they've cured.
Yeah, no problem. You copy and paste that information. And I'll give you a quick rundown of what these are. So, just give me a moment. So the first one you see is Project Paragon. I'm quickly going to bring that up and show it to you guys. So you see it says classified Project Paragon, security level Obsidian required. Project Paragon was an attempt by early Dominion scientists to create an enhanced warrior for use against its enemies. Whilst a remarkable success in some ways, it also failed dramatically to achieve the overall results desired. Additional notes. Unfortunately, the scientist leading the project, Rober Matthews, died shortly afterwards and much of his knowledge was lost. Use of precursor tech. It is known that Rober used some of the technology salvaged from the border of Saurian space that has been impossible to replicate. All attempts to communicate with the Saurians have been less than satisfactory. Project results. Whilst Project Paragon did create enhanced individuals, they exhibited breeding instability. Currently, the research base in the Leogoli system is attempting to resolve these issues. Subjects of Project Paragon also displayed a sense of self and freedom of will that was undesired by the backers of the project. You then also have access to Project Shadow, which I will give you a quick rundown of now. So again, classified Project Shadow, security level Obsidian required. Classified failed project, potentially useful data for future research. Aims of Project Shadow: using technology discovered in the area of space, now known as Ravage space, to replicate the results of Project Paragon without the negative side effects. Project Shadow was deemed a failure when its subjects proved to have a high degree of mental instability along with violent and self-destructive impulses. Location: Ereza Haruka system, Corsiag Wilmington 1 base. Additional: following the processing of several individuals, the subjects were able to break free of their restraints, murdering most of the personnel aboard the base and fleeing aboard stolen space vessels. In the time since, the subjects of Project Shadow have somehow been able to convert others and spread. It is vital a way be found to cure or terminate these individuals, and that the Dominion maintain deniability. And then also you have a file called Project Obscura, but that has some like heavy duty encryption on that you've not been able to crack yet.
Okay. Right, and so now I'm going to see how many droids are active.
Okay, you can see that along with various like maintenance droids and stuff you don't have to worry about, you see in the sort of wing beyond there are 3 XK droids that are active, and there are also there's 1 repair droid and 3 med droids.
Okay, can I control these 3 droids?
No, you notice that these droids appear to have like a higher degree of autonomy. However, it's just sort of searching. You do notice like an odd sort of like, you almost miss it, but thanks to like your amazing roll, you notice that these, although you're not able to control them, there is like details of like the programming directives that these droids have, and you notice they've got like an odd sort of like classified, almost like hidden subroutine in their programming. You can attempt to like hack that to reveal it if you want.
Yeah, go on.
Roll me a d6. Okay, yeah, it takes you a few minutes, but you manage to reveal this subroutine, and it's basically a subroutine that says any personnel up to and including the leader of the project, so including like Calgar, who discover the existence of Project Obscura, are to be terminated.
Cool. Right, and so we can't control those 3 in there.
Okay.
We can open the doors. We can get in. But there is a hidden subroutine in there that basically says, should anybody find out about a certain thing I've just found out about.
Obviously, you don't know what a Project Obscura is, you just know it
Yeah.
exists, and you've got a copy of the file that's still encrypted.
Yeah. If we can break into this file, we'd be immediately number 1 on the Dominion's kill list.
Okay.
So I'm guessing he doesn't know what it is. Otherwise, he'd be dead by now.
Okay. So is it time to make like a shepherd?
Did we get the information we were after on
On
what's the
on
name?
the quarantine,
Yeah.
no. Someone with obsidian level clearance is needed.
Okay. So we'd still need him to get the information we actually came for.
Yeah.
But obviously there's going to be a fight with some robots.
Well, we could.
Can we turn off the aircon or the light support on this level?
Yeah, but that's not going to affect the robots, and they'd
No,
quite.
but it'll affect him, and he'll have to leave.
Yeah, but if what I'm saying is, if there's a danger of him being kidnapped, there's probably a sub command in there that says the robot should kill him.
That's a fairly safe bet.
Okay.
Well, if we go take a look, sort of engage, see how bad it is,
Yeah.
we can retreat.
Yeah, fair enough.
We can retreat and we can cut and run, and we'll still have something.
Okay, I'll get on unlocking all the doors then, John.
Yeah, they're unlocked.
Okay. Zoop.
Okay.
Okay, who's opening the door?
So
I guess that'll be us, sort of on the, on the corners,
yeah.
not standing in the middle.
Okay, so as you open the door, there is a salvo of laser fire from the corridor beyond, from the XK droid that is in there, but you two sort of like swing back round the door and it doesn't hit you.
Okay.
Right.
Although it sort of like obliterates one of the medical droids who stood opposite.
Yeah. Which, good point. There's medical droids for some salvage there.
Bits of them anyway.
So, yeah, I guess we're going to start a firefight.
Yep. Okay. Let's do it.
Okay, however, before you get to start your firefight, you do hear like footsteps moving down the passageway. And this large sort of like black armoured droid, obviously its appearance modelled on like the Shadow Troopers, but like bigger, sort of steps out into the corridor. You see it's got like a large like built-in like laser rifle into its arm, and it sort of like has to duck down slightly as it comes out the door. Obviously you guys get to act first because you're ready.
I'll lock the door behind it.
That's fine.
I'll drop the rifle on the strap. Star Sword.
Okay, so Balan shoots with his laser rifle, doesn't manage to hit it.
No, misses twice.
You swing with your Star Sword.
Yep. I was trying to look for if there was like flanking stuff, because I do not remember.
No, there's not.
Yeah. So I will step in, of course, and oh, of course.
Okay, the XK droid is going to take its 2 actions, and it's going to try and put a laser shot at once into each of you. So the first one at Tan.
No.
Yeah, you nimbly like jump out the way as though the way itself had warned you. The one at Balan.
Well,
Been worse.
It hits, however, you fling yourself out the way at the last minute and it just catches you a grazing blow for 2 hit points.
Okay.
all right, Tylo, are you
Tyler's like, I'm good.
like I'm alive?
I'm still over here.
Right. Okay.
I've got your back from way back.
All the way over here.
So I'm gonna sword it.
Okay.
Come on, praise Gale. No.
Oh, so close to a 19 or 17.
No.
Should have put your faith in the way, swinging a miss. Okay. Balan.
Oh, here we go. 7 points of damage.
Okay, so you presumably are using your laser rifle.
Yeah.
Okay, so you fire a blast into it. You can see like exposed circuitry, but it's still going. So it's going to do another 2 shots. It's going to focus both its shots this time on Balan because you're the one who's actually damaged it. So its threat assessment has registered you as a higher threat.
Shit.
Okay.
So it hits you for 6 damage for the first one.
Okay.
And the second one.
Ooh.
luckily misses you with what would have otherwise been a devastating attack.
Yes.
You see the blast like slams into one of the storage lockers on the far wall and pretty much just like detonates it. Like there's a few like shards of like metal sort of like hit you, not really causing any damage, but like hit you as you're sort of throwing yourself to one side from this exploded storage locker. Okay. Tan.
Sword time. Well, that didn't roll at all. The, the graphic for the die just like fell down on a 1 and then just kept being 1. Great.
14's not a hit, no?
No. And these are not one-hit dice enemies, unsurprisingly.
No. That's definitely a miss.
Okay, yep, so you're swinging your sword. Obviously, Balan's firing. All of your hits are glancing off the armour of this reinforced XK droid. Okay, so it's going to take its first shot at Balan. Misses. Okay, second shot at Tan. Since it's reverted back to its original programming, since neither of you hit it. Again, you get hit, but a glancing blow, but your armour, your Dominion armour protects you.
Okay. Sword time. Come on, man. 18.
That is a hit, and that is enough to finish it. So describe how finally you take down this.
So, does it have 2 weapons, or is it 1 weapon?
It's just got one, and it's just like...
Okay, so it's hyper coordinated, which is causing a lot of trouble for me because it's like super efficient in its movements, and I'm used to fighting humans or other like sentient, meat bags, and so it took me a long time to figure out how it moves, and once I got it down, I guess having sidestepped its shot, it's a flourish of like sidestepping the whoa, and then the blast goes off, and then I'll do a backswing with the sword, and it just digs into, I guess, its spine and just severs it, falls.
Indeed, and it falls to the ground in 2 neat pieces.
Oh, Metroid. Clearance. Get that man a new liver.
Okay, roll 2d4.
Okay.
You regain 5 hit points as that the mad droid's like...
You are more stim than man.
Well, at least I haven't died yet. Just about.
Just move this droid out of the way so we've got more space.
Get another Metroid to give him another shot, why not?
There's another one up there.
Yep, roll 2d4. Obviously, you've only be able to use each of them once because they're not really equipped for like...
Yeah, because they're, they don't reload.
Oh, I'll take it though.
Yep, so the other one comes over and like... and then they both go back to their stations.
Okay.
Oh,
Right, so I'm thinking some sort of ambush for the next one. Some sort of... We go in, it's going to follow us out. And when it does, something explodes and damages it.
Like the power cell of that droid you just killed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what, I think we want to jury rig like a mine or something. So when it comes out, it just blows and we're hiding somewhere else.
A mine.
Trip mine. Trip what?
What am I going to use? A stapler?
Sorry. I can't think of the word and it's quite late. But yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
Well, what we could do is Tylo, because you're the one doing the rigging, you get the power cell, you prime it to overload, and you toss it like a grenade. How about that?
Okay.
Because I think the trip mine thing might take a bit of time.
Yeah.
And we probably want to.
Okay, I'll start hacking and get some power cells, John, from these robots that have been killed.
It's not difficult. Most of them are carved up anyway, so you just pretty much like reach in and like pull the power cell out. Obviously, the XK droid has like a big old power cell in it.
Yeah,
because it also powers like their laser rifle.
2 of them should do it. Yeah, we'll make a grenade out of 2 of them, MacGyver style.
Yeah, no problem. You basically like gaffer tape a load of these like power cells together. You've got like this huge sort of improvised collection of power cells with like wires running from them.
It's a true like homemade bomb.
Yeah. And at this point, I'm going to ask you to roll me a d6, because obviously you're working with some quite unstable stuff here that's already been damaged. Anything but a 1, you're fine.
2.
Okay, there's a few moments as you're like, oh, I've just got to connect these wires. No one breathes. Like beads of sweat coming down your face. As you leant over, you're just about to pull the wires in, and a bead of sweat off your face goes, boop, and that lands on the 2 wires, and you're like,
Was the green or the red one?
and then like nothing happens, and you're like, oh, and you quickly finish putting it together.
Okay.
But you're like, oh, we need to like before we throw this, we need to like not to jiggle this. We need the wind not to change. We need not to breathe too heavily on this. You're like literally like holding it out at arm's length.
Right.
So what we'll do is I'll get the other door open unless Balan has a different plan, and then if shit is about to go down, I will run back down and we'll have a firefight, and you'll toss that in, Tyler, when the time.
Okay, so move up and open the door.
And I'm waiting here, ready to fire as soon as it comes through the door.
What, you wanted it tossing in as soon as it came out?
So
okay, stop that.
As I use the card on the fucking thing, it's like, zzz, and I'm there with my star sword, and I just end up looking up.
Yeah, you literally the door slides open, and there's 2 of these giant like XK droids there with like their guns pointing forward, and like as soon as the door slides open, they're like,
Yeah, and I'm just closing my eyes because I'm. Use your feelings.
okay, I believe you still got the whole like -1 dealio, haven't you?
I've been trying to keep track of the time, and I think I'm still down to about like 15 minutes maybe
Okay.
of meditation left.
Okay, so first one misses with its first attack. So also they've each got 2 attacks. Okay, so the first one has missed entirely. Onto the second one. You might have got away with it. Just one more. Okay, so amazingly, guided by the way, as these doors open and there's like this just like salvo of like laser fire and like smoke billows out into this corridor, you sort of, as you guys watch it in slow motion, you see sort of like Tan like just taking like slight side steps or sort of like bending at the waist, sort of like almost like ninja style, just sort of like he happens to bend to the right just as the laser blast goes like that, or like he lifts his leg as like one goes under his leg, and at the end of this salvo he's miraculously like still stood in the same position with nary a mark on him. Okay, at this point we're going to go into initiative, so can I ask everyone to roll a d6 please? I'll just do 1 for the bad guys. Okay, so we have Balan going first, then it is the droids, then we have Tan and Tylo going after that. So Balan.
Can I hold my shot until they come out through the door?
Yeah. Okay, so obviously I will tell you at this point, you know from like, you see the speed of everyone moving, you know that like Tan's not going to have a chance to like get out of there before these droids like fire again, and you've just like seen him miraculously escape death once as they just like riddled this like corridor with laser fire.
Okay, so maybe what I'll do is actually
Attention.
I'll come up here to draw some of their fire, and I'll fire twice into them.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, here we go. Whoa, that's a hit for 9 points of damage.
Okay. So one of them takes a sort of very substantial hit. However, he's still standing.
Oh, and that is a very bad miss. But hopefully I've done enough to draw his attention.
There's a history of me being considered a minor threat.
Okay, so you can see one of the droids is like severely damaged. It's like just hanging on. The other one is fine. However, now we get to the droids go. I'm going to say that one of them is going to shoot at Balan. The other one is going to shoot at Tan, which you have like drawn their fire. So let me just bring up their sheet again. There we go. So 2 attacks against Balan.
Ouch.
First one hits for 7 damage. Second attack.
Ouch.
Oh no.
Ouch.
Hits for 9 damage.
I am down.
Okay, so there's a couple of las blasts. Balan goes down. Now the 2 on Tan. Obviously still with a -1. First one misses. Could it be another surviving of certain death for Tan?
No.
Okay, you take 10 hit points of damage as one of them tags you. Okay, so Tylo, so from your position, you basically see Balan get tagged, he goes down. You can sort of like, you hear like the scream of pain from Tan as he gets tagged as well, but he's still going.
Okay. I'm going to throw the bomb through the door.
Okay.
Straight at these things. I can't see Tarn. Is he in the other room?
He's in the corridor with the droids. He's like right next to him. So obviously if you throw it at the droids, he is going to get caught in the blast.
Well, I'm hoping he's going to make a run for it, but I don't have a med kit to fix Balan.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is, because obviously you rigged up this explosive device, so what if you wanted to have basically set like a short delay on it, I'm going to say you can have done.
I'll give him a 10 seconds to make it down the corridor.
Okay, so obviously this is very ad hoc, so you've probably got about 10 seconds if you're lucky.
Yeah.
But yeah, you sort of rig it for that. You quickly duck out, roll it down the corridor and duck back. So Tan, as you're sort of like, you hear this like, and you see this like unholy conglomeration of like power cells sort of roll down next to you, and you hear Tylo on the your like sort of private comm frequency be like, you've probably got about 10 seconds.
Yep.
So Tan has been, like I said, like when the doors opened and he saw the 2 massive robots, just eyes closed, just like way take the wheel, and he's just been doing his best Star Knight pirouette there, and he gets tagged at the end, gets like blasted onto the ground, and then sees the explosive roll, and then it's just like, well, and then just running out. But it's am I next?
Take your move. Normally it will be the droids next, but since you've been like pre-warned.
6 was it?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's 3, 5, 6.
Okay. So now possibly the most important roll so far. I'm going to ask Tylo, can you please roll me a d6, and this is the blast radius. Because obviously this wasn't a precise thing. Okay, so 4, so luckily Tan is not going to get caught in it. If you got a 6, he would have been caught on the edge of it. Now roll me 2d6, please. Okay, there is a loud explosion one of the droids is like the one that's already damaged is sort of like just obliterated. There's like a smoking pair of like robot boots where it was standing. The other one, however, is still stood up, although it's very heavily damaged. You're like a strong gust of wind could probably take it down now. But it's still sort of stood there like trying to like guard the door. Obviously, Tanya, you've just sort of like thrown yourself to the end of the corridor and sort of turned round. You've seen one of the droids like and one of them stood there like sort of listing over to one side, sparks spraying out of it where like half its face has been blown off. Still sort of like holding its gun up, but it's like what do you do?
So who's going?
I'm going to say you can go next because I think this droid's got problems.
I think Balan's got more problems. Slice it in half, man.
Just to check, by the way, how is Balan doing?
I don't really know what you mean by that.
How many hit points would you be on?
-3.
Okay, let me just check something. You're lucky because I'm doing the same thing we do in OSE where you can go to a minus amount equal to your level before you're like actually dead. Luckily for you, you are level 4, so you're like 1 hit point off like being dead. But obviously you will need some like medical attention before you can start healing.
Yeah.
So, oh right. So yeah. So I was thinking about something else. So, Balan is just down for the count.
Yeah.
And then
he's like down and like needs like emergency medical assistance.
Yeah.
But like I'm not tracking like you're losing hit points per round or anything like that. If someone shoots you or you take any more damage, you will be dead. But if nothing else happens, you would just be like lying there as you are until you can get medical attention.
Yeah. So basically the problem is I run back in there, Star Sword the droid, and Caligari is going to shoot me in the head. So get cover from the corner.
Okay.
Shoot rifle at the
Make your attack roll.
Where's my rifle? Oh, it couldn't have hit, could it?
Oh, look, the damage it would have done
Yeah,
too.
the damage would have been immense. Yeah.
Okay, so next turn, the droid starts moving forward. However, it's moving quite slowly. Like one of its legs, it's like dragging along behind it 'cause it's been partially destroyed, and it's going to take a shot at you. It's only going to get one shot because it's like well damaged.
Yeah,
It hits for 10 damage.
I will become more powerful than you could.
I'm guessing that means you're dead.
I'm fucking vaporized.
Okay, so yeah, there's a loud blast of laser fire, and then when you sort of open your eyes with the sort of after flash, Tyler, all that remains of Tannis is just like a scorch mark on the ground. And you can still hear this like this droid as it's like shuffling forwards.
Well, I better try and shoot it from around the corner.
Go for it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so as this droid's like comes around the corner, you literally just stick your gun against its head and like and it just flumps forward and dies.
Right then. Better approach a caution for this bastard we came after in the first place. Or find a med droid first, whichever one happens first.
Okay, so feel free to move yourself. And bizarrely enough, as you're moving down the corridor, you actually come into like Calgar who's like running in the other way, like running out.
Right.
And as you sort of see him running, you see he's got one of these like metal collars around his neck.
Ah. I'll just hold my rifle up.
He sort of stops and he's like, "Look, we've got to get out of here."
Why?
He's like, "Look, if I don't get this thing off, it's going to send a signal out, probably terminate me. I've got to find some way of getting this thing off."
Okay, but first I need a med droid.
He's like, there's 3 of them in the chamber beyond.
No. You get one here now.
Okay, yeah, he sort of shouts out and he gives like a sort of command override, and you see one of these medical droids like trundle in.
That bloke over there. Emergency medical attention.
Okay,
And point at
Balan,
Balan.
roll me 2d4.
Okay. 3.
You actually regain 6 hit points because this is a top of the range medical droid.
Oh, nice.
Right, then. Let's look at this collar. Sit down.
He sits down. You can see it's similar to the ones you saw the prisoners wearing at the Kapinski mining thing. However, it's obviously like a more lethal version. It's got the same shock capacity, but it's not programmed to like, oh, here's a little jolt that's going to incapacitate you. It's like, oh, here's a massive jolt that's going to kill you.
Any feasible way of getting it off without setting it off?
You can basically try and sort of like hack it, but obviously if you fail, it's probably going to fail safe set off the charge.
Well, we can.
Well, let's ask them the questions we came to get the answers for first, and use his clearance to find out what's going on with the quarantine.
I'll hurry up because he's on a bit of a timer. He might
Yeah.
get popped any time now. We'll talk about Tarn in a minute.
Yeah.
As you're saying that, like Cargo's like, Tan? What are you on about?
And I'll ask him about the quarantine.
He's like, oh, yes, it's the ages ago when the Dominion sent out a diplomatic fleet to meet with the Zal. They provided some information which seemed to run counter to the party line, and they didn't want anyone else to find it, so they quarantined the system.
And what was this information?
He said, well, the Zal symbionts, effectively, they're like a living recorder. They record and retain all information that they or their host sees, and they've been around for millions of years. And according to them, all life in the universe as we know it was originally created by a species they call the Ancients, who sort of seeded life across hundreds of different worlds and systems. And obviously the Dominion sort of likes to portray themselves as like the pinnacle of evolution and the rightful rulers. So finding out that they were just an experiment by an ancient species isn't something they want to get out, so they quarantine the system.
Okay. That seems a bit harsh.
He's like, well, look, I'm here wearing a control collar. I can't disagree with you.
Okay. Well, I'll go and pick up Tan and start heading for the door while Tylo does his.
Okay, it's 50-50.
He's like, well, if you've got someone who's injured, we've got a cryogenics bay back there, and he sort of gestures with his.
Okay.
He's like, look, get me out of here, and I'll help you any way you can.
Well, he's injured beyond the point of injured. That's the. Unless you can resurrect people.
He's like, well, it depends on how long he's been dead.
A couple of seconds.
So, well, you might be lucky then. I don't know. I've not seen him.
I'll snap to it then.
Okay, so between you all, you're able to sort of like lug Tan's sort of like limp body into this cryo room. As you go into the cryo chamber, you can see that like most of the cryo tubes are occupied, and they appear to have ravagers in them, sort of frozen in the cryo tubes.
Oh.
There's like a couple that are spare, and he's like, quickly get him in here, and you like load him into a cryo bay. He presses a button on the side of it, and you see like numerous like medical diagnostics and such like start running off. Okay, at this point, I'm going to ask, can please make me a saving throw?
I was looking for my my ability there because I've got +2, but it's to resist meditations and gifts. So unfortunately, no bonus. But here we go. Okay, death.
Seems apt.
No. Yes.
Oh, well
the
done.
other way.
Okay, so basically, he tells you that he's managed to sort of stabilize Tan, but like a lot of his body is just like wrecked. He's like, if he's going to function as anywhere near resembling like a normal person, he's going to need serious like cybernetic augmentation. Because like his body is just like, he's basically like, I've managed to preserve his brainwaves and his life signs, but we're going to need to like keep him in here in this cryo tube until you can basically like do like almost like a full body replacement with like cybernetics. And he's like, that is not going to be cheap or easy to come across. He's like, but it's technically possible. He's like, although I've never seen anyone like have such cybernetic augmentation as would be required to like maintain his system.
And can we move him, or does he have to? Can we move the chamber?
He's like, yeah, I can probably get a couple of the medical droids to like help us, but whether we're going to be able to get it back through the base and off world, I don't know. He said I'll have to deconnect one of the power systems in here, and I don't really have the technical know-how to like rig it up to the individual booth, but like if one of you guys can attach the power supply to the booth, we can move it.
Well, Balan, you can figure that one out while I try and figure out this column.
Okay. So I'll hook up my mini computer and see if I can get the power hooked up to the...
Yeah, you can do it. It's going to take you a few minutes, but you'll be able to do it with the aid of the mini computer.
And meanwhile, I'll call in our backup guy with the ship.
Okay, not a problem. So when you get on like the comms to the ship, you get a voice like, "Yes."
We need you to come and rescue us. Save today.
He's like, "Yes, we are in near orbit. What do you need?"
I need you to land and then open the doors for us.
Understood. Give me 10 standard minutes.
Okay.
And I'll keep on investigating this collar job, see if we can...
Okay, make an intelligence or a wisdom check.
Nice.
Okay, so against all the odds, you manage to disconnect the charge and then pop the lock on it, at which point the collar falls away and you hear sort of like Calgar has been like holding his breath while you've been doing it. It's like, he's like, right, now I can actually leave the base.
Yes, we've got a ship coming, so you can help us load him onto it and we'll get you somewhere safe.
Yeah, whatever you need.
Okay. So we should head up then through the station to the airlock and wait for our ship.
So to cut a long story short, there's a bit more firefighting on the way there. You make it back to the airlocks. You basically sort of like brute force your way out. As you head it, obviously your vac suit up, you've all got your armor and whatever. You stick like a sort of vac suit on Calgar. You head out onto the dusty grey surface of this moon, and you see like, at first you don't see the ship because it's cloaked, but you can see like the depressions where the landing gear is on the thing, and as soon as you approach, like there's a shimmer and the cloak goes off, at which point you're helped on board by your Claison friend. He says, "Quick, we've got to go, they'll know we're here though." And he as soon as you're on board, like quickly like landing gear up, and off you head. into space.
I'll jump back in the pilot seat and get the fuck out of there.
No problem. You like re-engage the cloak and you head out. You can already hear like the call going out for sort of like Dominion vessels, where this is priority base under attack, that sort of thing, and you get incoming signals from like ships that are converging on the area. But by the time they arrive, you'll be gone with your FTL drive and your cloak engaged. So we cut to for the sort of epilogue of the episode, we cut to a fairly somber scene. All of you guys are sort of sat around in the Hawk. In the middle of this chamber is this cryo chamber with Tan in it. You've got linked it up to the ship's power supply. You've got Calgar Moran on board, and you can just hear the steady sort of of the sort of like the processing of the cryo tube with Tan sort of frozen inside it, and the ship's sort of like sailing off out of system. Okay, at this point, as a sort of serious question, first of all, because effectively that's like the end of the session, first of all, I'm going to ask, because this is like quite a significant change for Tan, are you interested in playing up a cybered version of Tan, assuming they can pay enough dollar, or would you rather retire the character and play something else?
I would very much like to wake up in a small room. More machine than man.
That is absolutely fine. That's grand. I just wanted to check, so obviously the choice is yours. Now, over to the rest of you. Obviously, basically getting like a full like cybernetic body replacement for Tan is going to be expensive. Now, potentially, Corpacora might be able to hook you up with the necessaries, but again, it's going to be expensive. And to be fair, the only reason she's going to at all like agree to do it is because if you hand over the information you found, she'll be like, all right, okay, yeah, I'll hook you up with someone who can like provide the cybernetics, like a black market sort of cyber tech, but you are going to have to like pay through the nose to them to like get this done, because this is like more extensive than like I've known anyone. Normally it's like, oh, I've lost a leg, I need a cyber leg. It's not like my body is destroyed, cyber me. So how much money have you guys got? And are you willing to spend all of it?
Either.
Sorry.
If we just get his head on like a BB-8 unit, he can roll around.
Sorry, John, how much did we sell the cybernetics for? 500,000?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have, sorry, I have an extra zero. It's the problem. So we have 250k, give or take. 220k.
Right, okay, so basically as we sort of do like a little montage scene, you hand over the information you've got to like Corpacora. She's like, oh, in return for this, so instead of getting the money for that, she's going to hook you up with this like rogue cyber tech, which you are then basically going to have to like pay all of your money to, and like probably owe a couple of favours in order for him to cyber up Tan. And that still might not be enough. You may even have to sell one of your ships.
That's entirely on you guys, by the way. We don't need to. If we want to put Tan on ice, we can keep him in the fridge. I can work,
In this sort of montage sequence, as you're sort of like you're discussing this with the rogue cybertech, and he's reeling off this like bowel-shatteringly like long list of like credits you're gonna have to pay him to like cyber up Tan to the point where he's like not just a head floating in a cryo tube. He sort of pauses because he sees like you when he mentions the amount of money. You guys are like, oh. He's like, there is another alternative. It's not precisely the same, but there is another alternative. He's like, obviously you're the customer. It's not the same thing. What we could potentially do is we could map his personality engrams onto a droid brain. It's not the same, but obviously it's considerably cheaper.
So if we, for example, then if we sold the
the Hawk,
Yep.
how close are we then to even paying for a full cyber body for Darth Tarnet?
If you sold the Hawk and spent half of your remaining money, you would be grand.
Well, we'll do that then, because we'll salvage the Hawk anyway, so we know how to get another way for it.
And we have the transport as well. The other thing we could do is we could do like a heist. You know, if you wanted to play a different character for a session, let's do a heist and then get enough money then to pay off the...
Well, short of finding the cyborgs and nicking more of their bodies, there's not whole lot we can do about it.
No, but we can rob anything from the Dominion, whatever.
Free real estate.
Yeah. Or whatever. Train robbery.
I'm very happy to play a different character if we want to, gather some coin.
As you're sort of saying that, the rogue cybertech goes, I should tell you that the longer you leave him in deep freeze, the less likely he is to be, and he goes, intact when we do the replacement. So don't take too long to make your minds up.
For quickness, then, we'd sell the Hawk, give him half the cash, get Tarn daft up,
Okay.
and then we can go and recoup our losses.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you sell the Hawk, so cross off half your money as well. And we cut to a scene probably a month later, because obviously this isn't a quick process, which I'll assume you guys have just sort of like been in the area just for convenience so we can speed through it. We cut to a scene a month later. You guys are stood in a room, sort of stood up, like fastened into like a framework. At the far end of the chamber is Tan. And you've seen that bit in like RoboCop where they're like, oh, there was only like half his face and his lungs that survived and everything else is like robot. It's that sort of scene where it's sort of like the only bit you can really see of like Tan is like one of his arms and like half of his face. The rest has all been like replaced by cybernetics. Now, these are just like basic cybernetics. They don't give you any bonuses. However, it does give you like normal functionality with the downside of it's slightly more difficult to use the way, and also you are potentially vulnerable to like EMPs, etc.
Yep.
But yeah, so as you slowly start struggling to wakefulness through all like the pain medications and whatever you've been on, Tan, and you've now got sort of RoboCop-esque like scanning lines on your vision. As you sort of like open your eyes, you look down sort of like as the things like and like release you from this frame, and you can see that like the entirety of your arm, or one of your arms, and most of the rest of your body appears to have been like replaced by this sort of like dull sort of like gunmetal grey sort of like plating and sort of flashing circuitry, which obviously also has the downside of it. It makes you very distinctive. No one's going to not be able to identify you. They're going to be like, oh, who attacked you? The half robot man with the half face.
Yep. I'm going to have to get me some of those robes.
Okay. And as you sort of like look down and you see what's happened to you, and all you remember is like, the last thing you remember before this is there was a blinding flash, tremendous pain, and you were like, this is my time when I'm like, I become one with the way, I'm done. Mm-hmm. And then you were like waking up, and you're always effectively going to have like a sort of slight amount of pain, which is causing the distraction for the way because of this like cybernetic enhancement.
Yep.
What is the first thing you say as you emerge from this frame and see what's happened to you?
I think there's a couple of like halting steps like forward with the sort of like getting used to the new body basically. I think it's probably just on the level of having looked at his robotic hand and seeing that the other one is still flesh. He lowers them both, and if the trio is all present there, I'll look to Tylo and Balan and just like, you brought me back.
And as he says, you brought me back, that is where we end the session for this evening. Thank you very much, guys. I hope you all enjoyed the session.
Yeah, that was good.
Yep.
Obviously, I'm going to end the broadcast here. We'll sort out XP, etc. But thank you to anyone who's watching this. I very much enjoyed running it, so thank you very much, guys. And hopefully we will catch you for the next episode.